Bapak Insinyur Yusid Toyib, Master of Engineering Sciences from the Directorate General of Construction Development Agency, His Excellency, the Minister of Environmental Affairs and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, who is represented today by the Senior Advisor to the Minister, Bapak Ilyas Asad, Honorable to the Governor of Bali, who is represented today by Bapak I Gusti Ngurah Alit, Honorable to the Rector of Udayana University, Honorable to the representative from the Indonesia Public Financial Management Multi-Donor Trust Fund, Honorable to the representative from the World Bank, Honorable as well to the representative from Bineka.com, distinguished speakers, delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also our valuable speakers and sponsors. Good morning, and may we greet you all in the Balinese way of Om Swastiastu, which means that may health and also prosperity always upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beautiful island of Bali in the opening ceremony of the 7th International Public Procurement Conference. As our warm welcome to you all in this beautiful island, the Thousand Island of Gods, we would like to present you a glimpse of Balinese beauty in form of a Balinese welcoming dance presented to you by Sanggar Tari Parani Art. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Pandat Dancers. Thank you so much to the dancers. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 7th IPPC 2016 is hosted by Lembaga Kebijakan Pengadaan Barang Jasa Pemerintah, or the National Public Procurement Agency, and also with the support collaboration with the Udayana University, Ikatan Ahli Pengadaan Indonesia, or the Indonesia Procurement Experts Association, and the Florida Atlantic University. We would like to also express our thanks to the valuable sponsors who already support this 7th IPPC 2016. Thank you to Bineka.com, Indonesia Public Financial Management Multi-Donor Trust Fund, World Bank Group, the Government of the Bali Province, the Ministry of Tourism of the Republic of Indonesia, NIGP, or the Institute for Public Procurement, BPJS Ketenagakerjaan, and also Pockery Sweat. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving applause to all of our valuable sponsors for their continuing support. And now the scientific committee of the IPPC will deliver his opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Dr. Robin Asad Suryo.
Your Excellencies, Minister of Public Works and Housing, or his authorized representative, Minister of Environment and Forestry, or his or her representative in this case, the Rector of Udayana University, and the Governor of Bali, also the Chairman of National Public Procurement Agency, or LKPP, respected opening speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Indonesia, welcome to Bali. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Robin Asad Suryo. I am the Deputy Chairman for Strategy and Policy Development of the National Public Procurement Agency, or NPPA. 2 years ago, during the IPPC6 in Dublin, Indonesia has been selected by the participants of the conference to be the host country for the IPPC7. On behalf of the scientific and organizing committee of this conference, I would like to welcome you to the 7th International Public Procurement Conference. It is my pleasure and honor to be with you today. I know that many of you have been traveling far away, and maybe it takes hours to get here. So maybe some of you still have a jet lag. So it's okay if you get sleepy, maybe right now. But I promise you that for the next 3 days, we will have a great time together during this conference. We already accepted more than 90 full papers for this conference, with various topics, of course, in public procurement. And this conference is attended by more than 250 participants who already registered and coming. And the participants coming from more than 40 countries. Later on, 8 papers from this conference are published in 2 special editions of Journal of Public Procurement, or GOPP. And we also selected 3 best papers and will give them award. There are a lot of workshops we already prepared to make it possible for all the participants to choose his or her preference. And above all, it creates plenty room for discussion among the participants themselves. The conference will be held in 4 breakout classes, where each participant will present their paper in 20 minutes. And there will be 10 minutes discussion of each paper. Many issues will be discussed during the next 3 days, including public procurement reform, public procurement governance, laws and techniques, electronic procurement, public procurement as social and economic tools, innovation in public procurement, decentralized and centralized public procurement, and also modernization of public procurement. While the objective and the principles of public procurement are almost the same everywhere, the strategy and the implementation may differ from one country to another, depending on the type and culture of the administration and the legal system, and also usually depend on the maturity of the system as well. What we are trying to do or to achieve with this conference is an exchange of views to learn from each other about successes and also about failures. We may not need to reinvent the wheel again, but we can use the experience gained by our colleagues from other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I also encourage you to use this occasion to expand your networking. This is a rare opportunity. More than 100 public procurement experts, scholars, practitioners, and policymakers from many countries get together in this place to exchange and share their precious knowledge, experience, research, and best practices. I do hope that this conference will give you benefits of better networking and opportunity to make collaboration in the near future. And of course, the great time will not end in this conference room. There will be some other activities within the event. This evening, all participants are invited by the Governor of Bali for dinner at the residence of Governor. There you will not only find good food, but also you will enjoy the traditional Balinese dancing and music. So I hope you will join this evening. And tomorrow, there will be half-day tour. And on Friday, at the closing ceremony, the IPPC will announce the 3 best paper awards, and there will be a farewell dinner after that. As you may also aware that Bali is one of the best destinations in the world. So while you are here, you must not miss the opportunity to enjoy the nature, culture, and tradition of Bali Island. So I personally suggest you to extend your stay in Bali, and you will bring a very nice, memorable experience back to your home country. Maybe you can extend 2 days or even 1 week, of course, at your own cost. But you will not, regret. Before closing my introduction speech, I would like to thank Governor Bali for hosting this conference and dinner for all participants this evening. University of Udayana as co-organizer of this event. Professor Kitai from Florida Atlantic University for your trust to LKPP and us to organize this event and for your cooperation. And actually, we all know that behind the IPPC, the man behind the IPPC is Professor Kitai. So I would like to give him big applause. Thank you. I would like also to thank Indonesian Procurement Expert Association, or IAP, the PFM Multi-Donor Trust Fund, and also Bhinneka.com, and of course, all people and parties who have made this conference happen. Finally, I would like to thank all the speakers and wish you all to have a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Bapak Dr. Robin Asad Suryo. Taking the theme of trends in public procurement, this year's conference is aimed to promote collaboration, also to share knowledge and experiences on the latest issues in the public procurement. The government of Bali Province support this 7 IPPC 2016 as this conference is one of the largest international public procurement conferences. We would like to invite now the Governor of Bali Province, who is represented today by Bapak I Gusti Ngurah Alit, to deliver his opening speech. Please.
Sambutan Gubernur Bali dalam rangka pelaksanaan International Public Procurement Conference yang ke-7 di Bali. Yang terhormat Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia atau yang mewakili, Menteri PPN Kepala Bappenas RI atau yang mewakili, Menteri Pekerjaan Umum dan Perumahan Rakyat RI atau yang mewakili, Menteri Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan RI, Ketua Komisi Pemberantasan Korupsi Republik Indonesia, Rektor Universitas Udayana, para peserta International Public Procurement Conference yang ke-7, Bapak, Ibu, Saudara, para hadirin yang saya hormati. Om Swastiastu. Dengan menghaturkan puja pangastuti kehadapan Ida Sang Hyang Widi Wasa dan sesanti angayu bahagia, kita semua dapat hadir pada acara International Public Procurement Conference yang ke-7 ini dalam keadaan sehat dan berbahagia. Dalam kesempatan yang baik ini, kepada peserta dari luar Bali dan khususnya delegasi dari luar negeri, izinkan saya mengucapkan selamat datang di Bali dan berharap suasana masyarakat Bali yang sangat menjunjung nilai harmoni dan toleransi yang dikenal dengan Trihita Karana, yaitu harmoni manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, manusia dengan lingkungan, serta kondisi alam Bali akan dapat memberikan inspirasi dan motivasi yang tinggi untuk menyukseskan acara ini. Hadirin yang berbahagia, dalam pandangan saya, pertemuan IPPC ini memiliki peran yang strategis untuk berdiskusi dan bertukar pengalaman dalam pelaksanaan pengadaan barang jasa dari berbagai negara di tengah-tengah upaya keras pemerintah RI untuk mewujudkan proses pengadaan barang jasa dapat bebas dari praktek kolusi, korupsi, dan nepotisme atau KKN. Terkait dengan masih adanya permasalahan dalam proses pengadaan barang jasa yang kita alami selama ini, yang terlihat dari serapan anggaran APBN atau APBD yang masih rendah, menyebabkan menghambat pembangunan dan ekonomi masyarakat dikarenakan keraguan dan atau ketakutan di tingkat pejabat pelaksana pengadaan barang jasa. Dalam pandangan saya, terdapat kaitan yang erat antara pengadaan barang jasa pemerintah yang transparan, bersih dan akuntabel dengan pembangunan sistem dan integritas sumber daya manusia pengelolanya. Sebaik apapun sistem yang dibangun, apabila integritas sumber daya manusia yang mengelolanya rendah, maka penyimpangan tetap akan terjadi, atau sebaliknya, integritas baik apabila tidak dibangun sistem yang baik, maka akan tetap memberikan peluang untuk melakukan KKN dalam pengadaan barang jasa. Dengan demikian, dituntut adanya sumber daya manusia yang berkompeten dalam mengimplementasikan pengadaan barang jasa dengan berpedoman kepada peraturan perundang-undangan dengan tetap memegang teguh integritas nilai-nilai kejujuran. Banyak contoh kasus negatif dalam pengadaan barang jasa, sistemnya sudah dibangun dengan baik, apabila sumber daya manusia pengelolanya tidak memiliki integritas, tetap memberikan niat penyimpangan. Begitu juga sebaliknya, sumber daya manusianya baik, akan tetapi sistemnya dibangun kurang memadai, tetap akan memberikan peluang penyimpangan. Idealnya, antara sistem dan integritas sumber daya manusia harus dibangun secara bersama-sama, yaitu sistemnya baik dan didukung dengan sumber daya manusia yang memiliki integritas baik, akan dapat menekan peluang dan niat untuk melakukan KKN dalam proses pengadaan. Di samping itu, dalam mewujudkan proses pengadaan barang dan jasa dapat berjalan efektif, efisien, transparan, dan akuntabel, maka harus dibenahi melalui ekosistem pengadaan barang jasa, yakni mulai dari hulu sampai hilir, yakni proses perencanaan, penganggaran, pelaksanaan, pengawasan, dan pengendalian harus dilaksanakan dengan baik sesuai ketentuan dan mekanisme yang ada. Mencermati masalah dan tantangan khususnya yang dihadapi dalam proses pelaksanaan pengadaan barang jasa pemerintah selama ini, melalui IPPC ke-7 ini diharapkan mampu memberikan solusi penyelesaian masalah ke arah yang lebih baik di masa datang. Hadirin yang berbahagia, kepada para peserta kami mengundang meluangkan waktu mengunjungi objek-objek wisata yang ada di Bali dan berbelanja untuk membantu masyarakat, pengusaha kecil, dan pengrajin di Bali. Selanjutnya, pengalaman dan informasi yang baik selama di Bali dapat diteruskan kepada keluarga, para sahabat untuk dapat berkunjung kembali ke Bali. Kami berharap pertemuan ini akan memberikan pengalaman dan hasil yang bermanfaat dalam mewujudkan pengadaan barang jasa pemerintah yang baik di masa mendatang. Sekian, terima kasih. Om Santi 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 Om. Gubernur Bali, tanda tangan cap Made Mangku Pasike. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Bapak. Ladies and gentlemen, the Governor of Bali Province is very welcome to the implementations of the 7 IPPC as the importance of the procurement process in any sectors to have an effective and also efficient process. And then now, the 7 IPPC will be held for 3 days, starting from today, the 3rd of August 2016, to the 5th of August 2016, which consists of interesting sessions as well as discussion. The chairman of the National Public Procurement Agency will now deliver his opening remarks, continue with the official opening of the 7 IPPC 2016. Please welcome Bapak Dr. Insinyur Agus Prabowo, Master of Engineering.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. It is my honor to welcome all of you here in the opening ceremony of the 7th International Public Procurement Conference, jointly organized by my office, National Public Procurement Agency of Indonesia, Udayana University, Indonesian Procurement Expert Association, and also Florida Atlantic University. Nowadays, the role of public procurement is getting more important for each country. As we know, that trillions of dollars are spent every year by government agencies on behalf of their taxpayers in public procurement. In developing countries like Indonesia, each year, government spending is estimated about 15 to 20% of gross domestic expenditure, and up to 50% or more of total government expenditure. In many international economic partnership agreement or international trade agreement, market access to government procurement is an important issue, should be negotiated. Some countries regard that the international agreement is an opportunity for their country development, but others think that it will be a threat for their country too. We know that the impact of public procurement is not merely economic, but in the recent year, public procurement has played a broader social and political role through sustainable procurement. Government can use their purchasing power to promote social, industrial, and environmental policies and catalyze more inclusive growth. On the other hand, the financial magnitude of public procurement, when it combined with a lack of transparency and competition, can make this sector the ideal breeding ground for corrupt behavior. And Indonesia is still facing this kind of problem. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, there are only few events for practitioners, academia, and policymakers in public procurement together to discuss about the futures of public procurement. The IPPC is one event where we can share information, knowledge, and experience regarding public procurement. I do hope that this event will help all of us to contribute in public procurement reform in our countries. This conference has been designed to be practical with the lecturers and discussions to encourage participants and exchange information. Therefore, the conference will provide us not only essential knowledge, but also great opportunity to share experiences, both technical and regulatory issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to explore the beautiful land of Bali. There are many places should be visited here, many kind of Balinese handicraft to be bought. There's a lot of things in Bali. The picture in front of us is Garuda Wisnu Kencana statue. It is not finished yet, and it's located not far away from here, maybe about 5 or 6 kilometers. I will tell you that if this statue is finished, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years from now, it will be bigger than the Statue of Liberty. It will be the new icon of Balinese point of interest. You may visit them. I also would like to express my sincere thanks to Governor of Bali for his hospitality and for all honorable speakers who shared their knowledge. I do hope that everyone would take the result of this conference to contribute in reforming the public procurement in each country. Finally, this is an opportune time for me to declare the official opening of the 7th International Public Procurement Conference, and I wish all 3 fruitful days of interesting and beneficial program, and also that you have a pleasant stay in Bali, Indonesia. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum. Om Santi Santi Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 7th International Public Procurement Conference is now officially open. And now we would like to invite for the photo session, so please kindly be on the stage once again. Bapak Agus Prabowo, please kindly once again on the stage. And then also we would like to invite Bapak Yusuf Toyib, Bapak Ilyas Asad, Bapak Igusti Ngurah Ali, and then also all of the scientific committee, Bapak Robin Asad Suryo and Professor Kitai. Please join us on the stage for the photo session. Director of Udayana University, Bapak Dr. Salusra Widya, Ibu Sarah Sadika, Ibu Gus Melinda Rahmi, and also Bapak Fendi Dharma Saputra. Please kindly join us for the photo session on the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please also kindly prepare yourself. Please remain on the stage as we will continue for the next photo session. Please kindly prepare yourself for the photo session as well. We would like to invite you for those who sit at the first and also the second row, please kindly proceed to the front to also join us for the photo session. Ibu, please kindly remain on the stage. We still continue with the next photo session. Once again, please kindly for those who sit at the first and also the second row, Bapak, please remain on the stage. We still continue with the photo session. Once again, for those who are sitting at the first and also the second row, please kindly move forward. And then next, for those who are sitting at the third and also the fourth rows, please kindly prepare yourself to move forward for the photo session. You may leave your bags on your chair for this photo session for a while. And then those who are also sitting at the fifth, the sixth, and also the seventh rows, please also kindly join us here for the photo session. So we would like to invite all of the speakers and also the participants of the 7 IPPC to join us for the photo session. The photographer and also the committee will help you to take your position for the photo session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all of you who join us here in this room to also join us for the photo session. So please kindly move forward. We would like to also remind you once again that tonight we will have a welcome dinner at the Governors of Bali's residence, and the shuttle bus will depart from this hotel. So therefore, kindly gather once we finish the whole session today at the hotel's lobby, as we will depart directly to the residence of the Bali province, the Governors of the Bali province. Okay. Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, please kindly join us as we slots about 30 minutes. And then after that, we will continue the session by having a lunch break and also do the pray at the mushola. And then after that, we will continue the 7 of the IPPC by having the breakout session. And then without further ado, I will start the plenary session by inviting our first speaker. She is a lady, and she is now acting as the Deputy for the Evaluation, Monitoring and Information System Development of the National Public Procurement Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Sarah Sadika.
I don't think that everyone can see me. Everyone can see? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start, let me introduce myself. My name is Sarah Sadika. I am a Deputy Chairperson in developing e-procurement, e-catalog, and e-purchasing, and so many other E's in procurement system. So let me start with presentations. Silahkan selanjutnya. Okay, the next 2 slides here actually showing the background of what Indonesia has today. What we have today is the public procurement compare with our budget. If you can see the blue columns there, it shows the procurement, the state budget, the APBN we called, but in English we call the state budget. Then you can see the light blue columns that shows the procurement volume. In average, the procurement volume takes like 30 to 40% of our state budget. Then if you see in the middle, the pink and the green one, it shows what we have in CapEx and also goods and services procurement. Then in 2008, actually our procurement has been processed through the electronic procurement systems. Then you can see, I should go from here. Then you can see in the red light, the red line there, that's related with the verified vendors who involve and participate in our procurement. Then in the middle, you can see that the procuring entities, which is now almost 100% of procuring entities has been using the e-procurement systems. And the green line related with the e-catalogs. Okay, next slide. Here is our government focus. Our government focus right now, we want to spend our budget. The budget should go mostly to the infrastructures. You can see in the first chart there, in 2015, we increased our budget only for infrastructures. And in the below chart, we can see the target. Okay, here. We can see then our focus on infrastructures, which is mostly go to ports and inland water transport, then usually go to the electricity, and of course to the road. And others, just like you know, we are having more and more infrastructures in water, airports especially, and also railway. So what the procurement should do for this this public procurement in Indonesia. So we forecasters showing that we do not want to lose the momentum of procurement reform. So we propose, the government proposed to have a second procurement reform. When you are asking when is the first one took place in 2008, right after multi-donors, the World Bank, the ADB came up with the procurement assessment review, and they found out there are three agendas that the government should develop. The first agenda at that time talking about the regulations, because before 2008 the regulations is so crowded and also overlaps to each other. The second issues at that time was talking about the strengthening public procurement, strengthening the capacity of procurement professionals. And the third one, we think that we need to have a special agencies which will be taking care of the issues of procurement, which is now we call the National Public Procurement Agency, which established in 2007. Those three agendas were a first reform in a procurement. But the second reform that we are going to propose here, mostly related with what I'm going to share to you today, is the e-catalogs and e-purchasing as a part of e-procurement. Next slide, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, these are the flagships of our chairman. He believes that a procurement never be a stand-alone issues. A procurement is always related with other issues. So in Indonesia, when everyone thinking that the procurement is always a problem, but wait, we have to be careful here, because perhaps the problem's not in the procurement procedures. The procurement actually will be closely related with 7 issues that this morning our chairman also shared to you. The first problem is always related with the professionalizations, then development planning systems, then public financial and budgeting systems, then institutional setup organizations, of course tax and payment system, then monitoring evaluations. So currently our chairman got mandate from the president, and he said that, well, you should improve the regulations on the procurement. And our chairman said that not only procurement, Mr. President, we also need to improve other related issues, because without that, the procurement cannot be work. So this is the issues that we in LKPP also work on these kind of issues. The next slide, please. So when we are talking about the procurement reform, then we talked already about the ecosystems of the procurement. So those issues we put into our office, and we developed these 4 issues that we hope can support the idea of procurement professionals, the procurement reform. The first issues is the strategic procurement issues and development, policy development. And the persons who is in charge and also responsible for this is actually here in our room, which is Dr. Robin, who is also happened to be the steering committee for this event. The second, related with the IT development and monitoring evaluations, it happened to be the lady in front of you here. Then the third one, related with the very important and sensitive for us, which is the strengthening human capacity of human resources development in the procurement area. And the last one, related with complaint handlings and dispute settlement mechanisms. And since I'm here and in charge in the IT business of a procurement system, so I'm going to explore more about these pillars. Please continue. Okay, Bapak dan Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, this is the idea of procurement monitoring, procurement information systems, which is interconnected with other systems. Let's start with the blue box in the middle here. The blue box here showing that the procurement process will not only talking about the e-tendering or e-purchasing or e-reverse auctions, but what we develop right now, we are going to have a procurement, e-procurement planning. And even the e-procurement planning will not be alone here. They should be connected with the e-budgeting in our Ministry of Finance. Then, after all the line ministries and subnational have their e-procurement planning, the process should go to the either e-tendering or e-catalogs and e-purchasing or the e-reverse auctions. Then others, this is very important, but usually no one would like to have this kind of agenda, the e-contracts. The e-contracts very important for us, but the problem is always very difficult to ask everyone who is responsible in the procurement and contracts should update the information and the data in the e-contracts. Then finally, we have the e-audits. In the bottom of this kind of process, we have e-monitoring evaluations. It looks very nice here, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we have already established these modules first. We have e-tendering since 2008. We are now working on the e-reverse auctions. We have e-purchasing since 2013. But here, and here, we are still developing it. But what I am going to share to you that the procurement information systems will be connected as a procurement cycle here. And again, this is not alone. We got the support from here, from the system center. Talking about the e-tendering, it means that we talk about the vendor management systems. Talking about the e-purchasing, it means that we have to have an e-catalog as a media of informations. Then we have also ticketing systems. What is the ticketing system? Excuse me. When everyone got the problems in the IT and they don't know how they should go and try to seek the solutions, they go back to the LKPP and they have to have a trouble ticketing systems because they are so long queuing. And we cannot just say that this is more important compared than others, so everyone should go queuing. And this is actually very important to our systems because we have to maintain the transparency in the same time the effective and efficient process of giving services to everyone. Then we have a data collector engine, which is a very important one to collect all the data to be put into the data warehouse. Then you can always go to LKPP website and see the smart report and monitoring evaluations online. So The second box, support to the first box. And the first box got also support and communications with other systems in ministries and subnational level. For instance, the financial management information systems and also the HRD information systems. Then the first box also need to be communicating with other systems that already been developed with other line ministries, just like I shared to you, the e-budgeting, how e-contract connect to the e-payment, and everything's here. Moreover, not only LKPP doing the procurement through this kind of systems, but we also develop other systems in LKPP, which is related with the whistleblower systems. You know, just like Chairman mentioned this morning, that the corruption still the big issues for us. So the whistleblower system would be a very effective way when everyone would like to share some problems and the information about the corruptions in the procurement process. We have the logbook for the certifications of the procurement professionals, and simple we call, not very simple, but simple here only for training for procurement professionals. We have a database for people who already taken the training of procurement and also how they should work on a procurement, where they take the test and everything, so the information is here. Next. So I spend so much time in the first box, in the blue box. When I take the blue box to be and make it simple, so this is the game changing that the LKPP has currently. We start with planning, procurement planning, implementation, contract management, and M&E. In the planning, we have a systems we call SIRP. SIRP is a system informasi for procurement planning, general procurement planning. In the implementation stage, when this project should go to the tendering, so the system will serve there, we call the e-tendering systems, and this is the logo. Then when the project, not constructions, but more into buying commodities or products that the government need, that will be served by the e-catalogs. And I put e-catalogs in a star here because, to be honest, today e-catalog is our star. When IPPC talking about, or the topics of IPPC7, the trend of procurement, so our procurement is the e-catalogs, and I'm going to talk more about the e-catalogs later. The contract management, we have a systems of vendor directory and management information systems. And of course, the box of M&E, we have the smart report and monitoring evaluations. In the below here, we have some systems already established to support the big one here. So we start with the issues of professionalizing the field of public procurement. And the systems, we have the systems of e-learning, the training, the functional positions for procurement professionals, and also for the certifications. Perhaps you will be asking me questions about the certifications. It started a long time ago, 2005, when again government found out that the process of procurement at that time usually without knowing any regulations. They just doing the procurement based on their practices, that they got experience for their seniors, their boss, but they don't know to be honest, exactly what is the regulations on a procurement. Found out the issues of that, so the government tried to push everyone, the procurement professional, that they have to know what is the regulation before they were doing the process of procurement. So how we push them? Our activities was try to make a certifications for them. They have to take the test. Before the test, they can take the training, or they can even learn and study at home, but as a mandatory, they have to take a test, and once they pass a test, they get the certifications. Once these persons get the certification, it means that they can process the procurement. And why we have this kind of activities, this kind of certifications agenda, just I share to you, government would like to push every procurement professionals understand about the procurement regulations. So the next, good practice, yes. Related with the enabling regulations and council. You know that most of our jobs in LKPP is making regulations and systems. So everyone would like to go to LKPP, consult, need some advice about what happened in the field, need some recommendations of their problems, so they go to the e-consultations here. Then the rest is ensuring equitable procurement decisions through the whistleblower systems. So let's see here the star of Indonesia's trends of procurement, which is the e-catalogs. Next slide, please. So this is the e-catalogs. We start here that the catalog is designed for routine purchases of standardized goods and services with identifiable actual routine spend. The first time catalog was automotive. We start with cars, buses, trucks, and about these numbers purchased in our first year development of catalog back in 2013, and the transactions in these numbers. Then when we're talking about the capability development, so right now our catalog since 2013 grew up so fast, and we have right now 64,000 items. Perhaps nothing compared than Korea Connapse, the catalogs in Korea Connapse, but this number actually grows from 2013 up until now. It means that takes like 2, almost 3 years. In the same times, we also developed the monitoring evaluations instrument to evaluate the contract performance, and as well as market intelligence capacity in order to identify anti-competitive tendencies like collusions and pricing cartels. Next, please. Strategic importance of catalogs actually is this one. With routine spend quickly facilitate government services, quality are assured, and this addresses faster budget disbursement, particularly on certain mandatory spend items. And right now, because Indonesia more and more decentralized, so our e-catalogs will not be in LKPP forever, but we share with our subnational level and also for line ministries. So our e-catalogs right now, LKPP is working together with Ministry of Health in the case of catalogs for pharmacies, for medical devices. Then working together with Ministry of Agriculture In a case of agriculture machinery like tractors, combine harvester, and any other agriculture machine. Then with Ministry of Transportations, this is for buying buses, a lot of buses. Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries, this is for buying a big boat for fishing. Then National Election Committee. Election Committee is a very strategic for us because not only every 5 years we deal with the National Elections Committee to elect our presidents, but almost right now every year there are so many elections in the subnationals level. So National Elections Committee together with others are our strategic partners. And then we now also doing pilot projects in 4 local governments, among others the biggest one, DKI Jakarta provincial level. Next. So here is when we start developing e-catalogs. We start the process with pre-catalogs. In a pre-catalog process, usually we start with the proposals. Then we are going to study, research, we would like to know the market, the price. We are doing a lot of analysis just to make sure the proposal fit into the catalog's criteria. After we believe that the commodities of the products fit with these criteria of catalogs, so you should go to the procurement process. Later I will be talking about the procurement process for the catalogs. Then, finish with procurement process, we have a framework contract which is common with other countries, the framework contracts. The difference with other perhaps, the framework contracts after the vendors or the line ministries having a framework contract, so we put all the informations about the commodities, about the products, about the price, about the vendors who can supply, about the distributions and other informations, even the specifications, the photos, the brochures, we put into our systems. Why? Because we would like to have our colleagues in ministries or subnationals, when they would like to buy, they know exactly what kind of commodities or product they would like to buy. So the information, important informations that usually used by us as a procurement professionals, we put into the system. So anytime, anywhere, they can open up the systems and see, and when they want to buy, they just click the e-purchasing system. So basically, the e-catalogs is the media of informations, but the e-purchasing is a different systems that support the e-catalogs. Here is the e-purchasing. After we have e-catalog and listed products in our websites, then when our colleagues in line ministry and subnational would like to buy, they go to the next systems, which is the final systems, the e-purchasing. Next, please. Okay, this is the descriptions, simple descriptions of pre-catalogs. You see here 3 balls. The first balls related with demand-driven, usually, and LKPP prefer to start the catalog process with the proposals from our colleagues in line ministries. Why? Because we are here, LKPP here, would like to help them, to assist them to make a better procurement process. So we need to know what they need. So better for us if we can get a proposal from line ministries and subnationals. So basically the proposal goes to LKPP, then we are going to have some research and studies. And if you take a look this shapes, actually this is the funnel. The funnel, when everything goes through the funnels, then we have some criteria and filters here. So once they just go through the filters, go to the procurement. Then next to the framework contracts and listed to the e-catalogs. The second proposal is actually coming from us in LKPP. Why? We need some rooms because we also having and knowing that the government has their own strategic programs. Just like I mentioned before, that our focus will be the infrastructures. So we are conducting some research related with the government strategic agenda. Once we have something that, let's say, the proposals of commodity that can support the infrastructures, we are going to consult with colleague in Ministry of Public Works or Ministry of Transportations. It really depends on the commodities that we think we need to put into the catalogs. But our result of this research or the study should be consulted with our colleagues in line ministries who related with this kind of issues. And the third one, proposals coming from supply driven. When we start 2-3 years ago, the most proposals were coming from supply side. They usually use us as a marketing. At the very first time, we feel that will be okay because it looks nice in our catalogs. But then, after a year passed, and our auditors were coming, and they see what happened with the catalogs, and they share to us that we only use the catalogs, the line ministry use the catalogs, or the subnational use the catalogs only 15%. And why? Because our catalogs at that time wasn't answer the needs of line ministries. Our catalogs at that time is just like a marketing for everyone. So the approach slightly changes when Dr. Agus Prabowo took place in our office. So right now, even though we still have the supply driven, when we are having a proposal from them, we need to consult again with our colleagues in line ministries, just to make sure that the commodities that they propose is what the line ministries needs. So in terms of LKPP, what we do is still looks good, but in the same time effective and can help, can assist our colleagues in ministry and subnationals. So after 3 proposals coming to the funnel, then we have a criteria here, then should go to the procurement, framework contract, and listed in e-catalogs. Next slide, please. This is the procurement that we use when we are developing or we are processing the commodities to be put into the catalogs. That should go to the tendering, usual business in the procurement. And when the tendering happen, in a simple way, we can say when the demand is smaller than the supplier, so we can select the best suppliers. It happened in the pharmaceuticals and also in medicine. In this kind of commodities, pharmaceutical and medicine, LKPP is always works together with Ministry of Health. The second, we talk negotiations only. We thought having tendering, but we directly go to the negotiations here. It took place when the demand is bigger, more compared than the supplies. And it happened in medical devices and also agriculture machinery. Especially for the medical devices, not all the medical devices, but especially for what we call the electromedic, something like the CT scan, the MRI, and any RT. So the negotiations needed because we need more and more, but the supplies is very short. The last, this is not actually the procurement process that we know, but we adopt here to enrich our catalogs. What we call the adoptions of e-marketplace. And it happened when the commodities or the products have already been in a market. The competitive price we can see, and the suppliers also a lot. So we try to accommodate through the e-marketplace. And the examples here, what we call the online shops. Later, after me, you will see and you will also listen to representative of Bhinneka.com. Bhinneka.com serve us, a government, to buy office supplies like papers, computers, printers, and any IT office supplies that usually we need, for the office. Not only Bhinneka.com. Bhinneka.com is the first online shops working with us in the catalogs. But after Bhinneka, there are some more, 3 more, and we are still have 2 more in the process of procurement to be included in the catalogs of online shops. Next. Here is the e-catalogs, the websites of e-catalogs here. We can see here all the commodities for the national. It means that the multi-buyers and needed by all line ministries and subnationals. We call the commodities of nationals. And here, commodities local. Local commodities, it means for subnationals level. And last is the sectoral. Commodities that related with, let's say, gas, oil and gas, or other very sectoral issues, it should go in these commodities. And here is the examples, but you can always open up our website and see that this is always updates. Here, for examples, this is the heavy equipment, the excavator, the long arms excavator, this is here. We have scanner, we have a chemical, we have other here. Even here is the services for Garuda Indonesia, the ticketing services here, and medical devices. You see here the medical devices already has 12,000 products only for the alat kesehatan, the medical devices. And the total right now, this is the status of last night, all these products already 66,000. And it's always update. Sometimes you will see lower than 66 just because we are doing some updates. All the products included in the catalogs will not be, the price will not be fixed for the year, for instance. We open up the negotiations again just to make sure that government get a very good price. For examples like automotives, the cars, we have to deal with these what we call the ATPM. Then the price will not be longer than 3-4 months. After the 3-4 months, they can propose the new price. And we have to see again, we have to review again to make sure that their proposals of the new price is really in line with the price in the market. So then because of the updates, you will see that the numbers of items here sometimes go up, sometimes go down. So next, please. We are lucky here, especially for catalogs. This lucky because of the president's very concerned about the e-catalogs. Even the president mentions so many times about the catalogs. Here is the president in a cabinet's meeting and push all the ministers to utilize the e-catalogs. Here is also the president also pushed the idea of e-catalogs again and again. So we are lucky, e-catalogs lucky. It's very different approach when we start with e-tendering, e-procurement. We had nothing there. The leaders at that time even not very aware about the e-tendering when we start back in 2007, 2008. But with e-catalogs, when we launched in 2013, we got a support from the high-level, high-rank officers, including presidents after he took place in last year, 2015. So right after that, everyone talking about e-catalogs. So next. This is the SMART report. You can always see the SMART report in our websites. And this is the report of e-purchasing. It has been, what is this? The numbers of the package and the transactions and also the commodities. And this is the products, the vendors, the vendor suppliers who contracted with the LKPP. And this is the total of the products that already been included in the catalogs up until now. So I guess this is it. Next slide. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ibu Sarah Sadika. And then now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the next speaker for our plenary session. We will have one of the speakers from the World Bank. And now, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Yash Gupta to deliver his presentation. Please.
Very good morning, first of all, I would like to congratulate LKPP and their co-host for hosting the wonderful event in a wonderful city, one of the best cities in Indonesia. The floral start, the very colorful and the musical start provided the right ambience and the enabling environment for this wonderful event. And I also like to thank LKPP for inviting World Bank to present on this plenary session of this event. It is indeed my pleasure to speak to represent World Bank on this session. A brief introduction. I am Yash Gupta. I am Senior Procurement Specialist from World Bank. I started my career in public procurement right after my engineering in 1983. So with just about 33 years, I have been in the public procurement, started with the fertilizer industry, the utility in India, then started with about 20 years in national power utility in India, and for the last 8 years, I am with the World Bank. For the last 4 years, I am based in Jakarta. We are working very closely with the Government of Indonesia, LKPP, other line ministries in providing the procurement support and helping in the procurement reform. The procurement reform or the procurement modernization program is very close to LKPP and Government of Indonesia. And for that, that is equally important for all the development partners, particularly our other donors who have been supporting LKPP and World Bank. I would like to name few of the donors, those who are really supporting the public financial management systems. In that particularly, there are 3 donors. One is the Government of Canada through the Ministry of Department of Foreign Trade and Development, European Union, and the Government of Switzerland. So the procurement is a very important, very small but very important part of the overall public financial management system. So to that extent, I will, that is one part of my presentation. And second part is, I think most of you might be aware that World Bank has come out with the new procurement framework from July 1st, 2016. So I think this is the right and opportune moment for me to provide the key features of the new procurement framework, which has come up after the 4 years of the long process of consultations and refinement. So just on the start of the PFM multi-donor trust funds, next slide. Just a broad overview. The PFM trust fund supports the improvement in efficiency, governance, transparency, and integrated of public financial management system. As I mentioned, that is a very broad agenda. As Prabhu also mentioned, it is the end-to-end chain, right from planning to budgeting and monitoring and evaluation. So that's a very vast scope under which the procurement fits in a very important role to support in better spending of the public money. And for that, we have few donors who have been supporting very supportingly for carrying out this reform agenda. I have already mentioned about the donors, and you can see also in the banners because they are providing a lot of support. On the procurement side, the significant support is on the budgeting side, on the financial management side. On procurement side, in terms of the financial resources are limited because World Bank is in a unique position because of the having a lot of in-house expertise where we can mobilize our own resources and our own staff in providing a lot of advisory services to the government on the procurement function. However, it is still some of the key areas where we need the support in terms of the logistic support, in terms of the specialized services of the consultants, where the consultants are providing and trusting us for spending the money on behalf of them for improving the procurement function. Next, please. Now, broadly, what PFM Trust Fund supports, there are 8 areas. I don't want to go into all the 8. You know, first is, if you look at the serial number 3, better links between budgetary spending and improvement of public services. That was, that was an important point in Prabhu's opening remarks also. The better spending, I think that is one of the important key slogans of the government of Indonesia, collecting more and better spending. And I think in that context, the procurement plays a very key role in how the public resources are spent more efficiently. Improved budget execution and reporting. Number 5, enhanced compliance and value for money in public resource use, including procurement. Now, this is another very important part. As you know, the public procurement is prone to the corruption. So there needs to be a better compliance. Along with the compliance, there is a need that the procurement systems supports the value for money. It is not just the compliance. Sometimes the public procurement is, the governments look into the public procurement so much on the procedural part that the overall objective of better spending and having the better value for money is somehow ignored. So to that extent, that is also important, that the value for money, the procurement function supports the value for money. And I think, as Ibu Sara also made in her presentations, the use of e-catalog, I think that is a real example of how the government resources can be spent more efficiently and in lesser time without going through the procurement process or the long drawn-out procurement process time and again, for at least for the standard products. So next, please. So some of the key beneficiaries of the PFM trust funds are the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Planning, BAPNAS, LKPP, audit agencies. I think this is another important part of the audit. Audit is an important function. To that extent, on the procurement, there are a lot of areas in terms of the financial reporting. In terms of the procurement also, we have made a significant progress in collaborating with BPKP and BPK in building their capacity on the procurement process. Next. Now, I think we all know government of Indonesia has really made a significant achievement. I won't like to repeat all the things Ibu Sara already presented with the setting up of the National Procurement Agency and then coming out with the regulations. So there is a very significant improvement has been done in terms of the procurement regulations in Indonesia, and that is very commendable in a very short period. And you know, these are still dynamic. The government is still reviewing from time to time and bringing out amendments with the objective of accelerating the procurement process and bringing out efficiencies in the public procurement. The establishment of dedicated procurement service units, or ULP, is another key feature of the Indonesia's procurement policy. We know that government is also standardizing a lot of bidding documents so that you don't have to go through this, so that there is a process of standardization across the country. The use of e-procurement is already mandated, and I think it is being implemented in almost all line ministry, except for some remote areas where there may be still challenges in terms of the infrastructure and bandwidth. E-catalog, I don't have to explain. I think Ibu Sara has already made. And even on the professionalizations, I think a lot of effort has gone in developing the e-modules to the training of from basic courses to the advanced courses and certification programs. The last point I think is very important. In 2015, LKPP also decided to join the Open Contracting Initiative. Open Contracting, I think most of you would be aware, it is the enhanced disclosures of the procurement process and engagement of civil society throughout the procurement process, right from planning to the tendering, award, and contract management, including the payments and how the contracts are implemented in terms of the delays, in terms of the complaints. So that is another, and in that the city of Bandung is the pilot where the World Bank is working very closely with city of Bandung and with under the overall guidance of LKPP for this pilot program on open contracting. And we are confident that once that is completed, which is targeted for by the end of the year 2016, government will roll out progressively at a much bigger scale. Next. So some of the key challenges, you know, there is a significant improvement in the regulatory framework. Now, one of the challenges lies in the implementation of the framework. A lot has been done, but there are still challenges. There are uneven capacities in the line ministries, particularly at the subnational level. So that is one of the challenges which the government is facing. Monitoring performance and outcomes. Ibu Sara made in the presentations how the effort is to link the various systems to talk to each other, whether the planning system to talk to the budgeting, the tendering system to talk to the your taxation system, and then e-payments. So all those systems are required interlinking. I think it is a very ambitious program. It is very challenging. We know. The important part will be the implementation of the contracts. That is one of the areas where we find that there are significant delays in implementation, even if after the contract is awarded. I know that is at many times beyond the procurement process, but then particularly there are other stakeholders, land acquisitions, forestry permits, the effective payment systems, timely release of payments, disputes, how those challenges will be overcome, that is another part of, and I think we have had several discussions with LKPP on that, and there is a greater appreciation of developing the contract management modules and then interlinking it with the procurement process. Now, that is another thing is requiring procurement strategy for better development and fit for purpose. I'll talk more about this when we talk of the new procurement framework of the bank. But you know, the one size fits all doesn't really work and doesn't serve the public procurement function. It needs, as we are talking of achieving more value for money, we need to have the tailored approach. And again, having the e-catalog is one of the very good examples of even putting the things like buses, tractors, and medical equipment in those things, that is definitely will bring out more efficiencies in the public procurement. Enhancing use of framework contract, and before that, increasing supplier engagement. Prabhu mentioned in that, I think, the market access, and he also talked about how the engagement with the suppliers can really help the policy makers in really addressing the concerns in terms of the regulatory requirement or in terms of the other enabling requirement, where you can have the suppliers have a better access to the government procurement. Institutionalizing procurement capacity building, it is already in the agenda of the government. The government is already working on that. And developing contract management capacity, that is one area I think which will require a little bit more focus if the government's target of this 387 billion over the next 5 years, it requires a lot of effort in not only in the innovative procurement, but on the effective contract management in a timely manner. So that was briefly what I talked about, how the bank is supporting LKPP and other line ministries in modernizing the public procurement function. Now, next part of my presentation is the World Bank has come out with the new procurement framework, which has come from July 1st, 2016. And this has come out after a long battle of 4 years when the bank started the process. So I'll talk about that. Before that, I would like to mention one quote from Charles Darwin, which says that it is not the strongest that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one who are most responsive to the change. To that extent, the new procurement framework of the World Bank is an example of assuming the leadership role in public procurement and bringing out a very modern framework which will help all the client countries in implementation of the projects faster, as well as looking into their own procurement systems how they can really modernize their own procurement system. Next. So just a broad overview. The World Bank's portfolio in Indonesia is already, we have a net commitment of 6.1 billion as of 30th June 2016. And in the next 23 months, already we are into the first month of, end of the first month of the new fiscal. The bank's fiscal is from July to June. So we have another about 6.4 billion, which is coming out in the next 24 months. And a lot of the projects under the new will go under the new procurement framework, which is really a modern procurement framework, which will help Indonesia in better implementation and achieving better value for money. Next. Now, under this, on the new procurement framework, I'll talk about the rationale for new procurement framework, what is the structure of new procurement framework, the vision, the core procurement principles, and the key features of new procurement framework. I would like to spend maximum time on the key features of new procurement framework. I'll go quickly on the rationale. The rationale is, if you look at broadly the new procurement, this bank had, I think most of you would be aware, bank had red guidelines for procurement of goods, works, and service, and agreed guidelines for selection of consultants. And those guidelines, by and large, remained same over the last 50 years, with cosmetic changes here and there, but did not provide enough room for the innovation. So these were basically, again, based on the lowest evaluated bidder. It was based on more on the compliance and the procedures. It was again based on one size fits all. So the bank carried out the process of consultation across globe, which was carried out in more than 100 countries. There were several hundreds of the feedbacks on online feedbacks. Consultations were across governments, to the civil society, to the bidders, other donors, the finance ministers, and everywhere. So with that, the bank has come out with the new procurement framework, which, as I mentioned, is based on best fit for purpose instead of one size fits all. So when we talk of the key features, you will see that how the new procurement framework serves that purpose. Next. I know you might not be very much interested, but I think it is still important to mention on that. You know, when we had the procurement guidelines, those guidelines were approved by the board. And those guidelines which had the principles, but as well as had the procedures. So any deviation or any exception to the guidelines, it required to go to the board for any waiver. So which was really a very, very difficult task. You can mention, you can imagine if the bank board is represented by over 188 countries, and you go to the board for even the smallest thing, it became a big challenge, and it required a lot of time, resources, and a lot of difficult conversation within the bank and with the clients. So the new procurement framework is the principle-based, where you have the core procurement principles defined in that, and those principles are approved by the board. And rest of the things are at the management level. So there are procedures, there are directives. Procedures or directives are applicable for the bank staff, and the procurement regulations for borrowers, they are applicable for the borrowers. If it requires a lot of flexibility, although it is which are already built in, but even if in these regulations one needs to take exceptions, it is very easy to go to the management, which is at a much lower level, and it can be done in a few days' time rather than in several months, which used to take previously. Other than that, there are a lot of case studies, because the new framework brings into several new features which have not been tested in public procurement previously under the bank finance projects. So it required a lot of guidance notes, the case studies to be built in, so which will provide a guidance. These are not mandatory, but this is something which the people can refer as to how to apply these new approaches into the when they implement the new procurement framework. So next, please. So the vision of the new framework is that the investment in project financing supports clients to achieve value for money with integrity in delivering sustainable procurement. So the key word is to achieve value for money. and sustainable development and integrity in the procurement process. Next, I'd like to go through the core procurement principles. Those who are familiar with the guidelines, there were basically 4 procurement principles earlier: economy, efficiency, transparency, and fairness. The 3 principles, I think there must be that star should come for value for money also. The 3 principles, the value for money, integrity, and fit for purpose. These are the new core principles which have been embedded into the new framework. Next. Now, I won't go through all the principles, but value for money, as I mentioned, the previous guidelines were focusing on in the procurement of goods, works, and non-consulting services. They were focused on award to the lowest evaluated bidder who was qualified and responsive. But it did not differentiate between the inter se quality of the other bidders. So if you are, there could have been situations where the client could have got a better value by not awarding to the lowest responsive bidder if there would have been other criteria were inbuilt in the evaluation process. So to that extent, the new framework allows the rated criteria to be applied in evaluation for goods, works, and non-consulting services also. But that will depend upon the nature and complexity of the procurement, and it cannot be done across all the procurements. It has to be selectively done. Economy, we know the principles of economy, but just to build on that, Prabhu also mentioned in the opening remarks, the current environment has really changed. The implementation, even if the core principles are same across all the countries, the implementation varies because of the country context. And in terms of the country context, it is important to look into the other social considerations. There could be environmental considerations, health and safety considerations. There may be need for the preferences to small and micro industries. I do not know if the people are there from South Africa. There are preferences to black empowered women, the industries over there. So these are the context. Now the new framework allows the evaluation criteria to build into those contexts which are built into the country's own regulation. Next, please. I'll more focus on the second point, fit for purpose. Integrity we all know, efficiency we all know. It applies to the fit for purpose, as we mentioned. We have to see what procurement we are carrying under what circumstances. It will vary from if you have to do in a disaster situation, in an emergency situation, whether it is if you are having the floods. We have faced floods in Jakarta and in other parts of the countries. We have seen the typhoons coming in Philippines. So these are the fit for purpose, the more contextual, more situational procurement, and it will require, it doesn't say that everywhere you have to go for the competitive procurement. If the borrower's regulations requires certain things, maybe of the sensitive nature, which are maybe of the strategic importance, it requires to be procured from a particular source, say from a particular government department. There are now possibilities that this can be done under the new framework. Of course, one has to look into it, needs to be applied judiciously, it has to have a relevance, it has to have a justification. Next. Next. I won't go for the transparency and fairness, these are already always there. So the key features of new procurement framework. Now, procurement strategy. I think if you look at Ibu Sara's presentation, she also talked a lot about the market analysis. If we, I think that is the market engagement, market analysis is very important. So for any procurement under the new projects which come under the new framework, one has to really go into more of a strategy development for the procurement before you really start the procurement process. And that procurement strategy will be based on a lot of market research and analysis. It will be based on the country context. It will take into account the borrower's previous past experience, what has worked well, what has not worked well, and what can be done better. So, and what new approaches of the procurement can be applied. This procurement strategy will also needs to factor into how the large and complex contracts will be implemented in terms of the milestones, in terms of the key performance indicators, in terms of the responsibility and accountability within the institution. So this is a more comprehensive requirement at the time of project preparation, with the objective that once that is done, the procurement process and contract management will be faster and quicker. I have already mentioned the new procurement framework factors in the rated evaluation criteria in the procurement process. The third and very important feature is the best and final offer. As far as the previous procurement guidelines were prior to July 1st were existing, the negotiations was a complete no-no. Anybody, anywhere, if you want to negotiate with any of the bidders, it provided strict no. And if at all it was to be done, it required even the management's exceptions or the waiver. Now, as we know, the public procurement has really taken a different shape over the years. It requires the possibility the borrowers, the bidders can be asked to give the best and final offer. But these provisions need to be built into the right upfront in the bidding documents, so that bidders are aware that they will be asked to give the best and final offers. It cannot be selectively and arbitrarily. In some case you ask, some case you don't ask. But if you are asking in some case, and why you will ask, that will be a part of the procurement strategy development document. Similarly, negotiations. So far, the bank did not require any negotiations, even with the lowest evaluated bidder. The new guidelines permit that. But again, you have to specify upfront in the bidding documents that whether you will resort to negotiations or not. And if the negotiations do not result in achieving the desired result with the lowest responsive bidders, this can lead to the rejection of bid, and they can go to the next lowest. This is a sea change. It is a very drastic change as compared to what was being done previously. But these have been factored into. Appropriate checks and balances have also been built into the system so that these things are not subject to any abuse during the implementations. On the next slide, I'll mention about that. So the best and final offer, BAFO, and negotiations. Since these are the very new features which are being tested for the first time, these have been starting with only international competitive bidding processes. And wherever these features are built in, the implementing agencies will be required to engage a probity assurance agency or a provider which has to be agreed with the World Bank. So, just to build on that, public procurement can be subject to, is prone to corruption and malpractices if you allow negotiations, rampant negotiations across all the board without adequate checks and balances. That will be a very difficult exercise, and that will be subject to abuse. Another important feature is abnormally low bids. The previous guidelines, if there is the lowest bidder who is qualified and responsive, even if the price he gives 20% of the estimated cost, there is no way you could have rejected that. I know I think under PERPRESS there are provisions to deal with those if there are less than 80% and the other things. So far, we had difficult conversations several times when we were discussing with the bidding documents, harmonization of the bidding documents. But now the new policy, the new framework builds into that. If the bid is abnormally low and bidder is not able to substantiate its price, then this can be rejected. This can result into rejection. Sustainable procurement, we have also talked on that thing that, I think everybody knows the challenges of the climate change, and Government of Indonesia has a commitment of reduction of CO2 emissions by 29% by 2013. If I am not wrong, it is an unconditional commitment. Maybe largely that will come through the energy mix, but there will be possibilities that how the government's procurement regulations can really support that initiative, whether in terms of the green buildings, whether in terms of the use of the recycled paper, or building into the evaluation criteria in the sustainable procurement criteria into the procurement regulations. It's a challenging task. It is not being done in many countries. If it is not mandatory, but if the borrower's regulations permit that, and then the sustainable procurement criteria can be built into the evaluation, into the bidding documents. And we know that LKPP is working on that. Still, it has not reached to any conclusions. That a lot of work is still far ahead on this thing before LKPP brings into the regulation the sustainable procurement. Alternate procurement arrangement is nothing but the use of country system. The new procurement arrangement allows the well-performing systems of the countries can be used, but these have to have a comprehensive assessment in terms of the regulatory framework, in terms of the transparency, in terms of efficiency, in terms of the capacity. So there is a whole criteria is there, but it facilitates that it can be done. That was one part. Second is the World Bank had faced a lot of problems in terms of when there was any co-financing with another development partners. Now, these procurement framework allows on case-to-case basis, upfront at the project preparation, it allows the use of other multilateral agencies systems. And that multilateral agency systems can take the lead role in implementation of the project also. Last month only, we have negotiated the project. I think it has been approved by the board. That is the project which I have co-financed with AIIB. So today AIIB doesn't have so much of the institutional arrangements or the resources. So they have entrusted that it is the World Bank systems and policies will apply. But maybe in coming years, the bank puts only a part of the money. AIIB comes with their own procedures. World Bank can say that AIIB procedures will be applicable and not the World Bank procedure will be applicable. I worked on a project in South Africa for co-financing, which was co-financed with AFD, African Development Bank, KFW, AFD. We struggled for a year to come out with any solution on the eligibility criteria, on whose department will be respective and whose department will not be respective. So the new framework can help address that issue right up front at the project preparation stage. Private sector engagement, there are, in some areas we know that there are very limited suppliers, particularly if you look at, for example, the HVDC, I think in the world whole, there are only 3 suppliers in the world. So there are some targeted sectors where the World Bank can also take the lead role in engaging with those manufacturers or with those suppliers. In in a very low capacity environment or in the other environments, whether fragile and post-conflict areas, the bank can also directly get into the procurement process. Bank can be a part of the client's team. Bank can provide some consultants who will carry on the procurement process. As of now, the bank does not do the procurement process, bank only oversees. But there is a guidance note, there are checks and balances, will be the bank's role, what will be the legal implications for the borrowers, what are the legal implications for the bank. Contract management is another area because we have seen a lot of delays in the implementation of, particularly in the infrastructure projects. So this particular new framework puts a lot of emphasis on setting up the KPIs and contract monitoring and reporting of the progress of the contract. Next, please. One of the new features is competitive dialogue. This is another sea change for some of the very, very complex procurements or innovative procurements where the borrower is not able to write the whether the borrower is not able to specify the requirement or not specify the terms and conditions, the borrower can enter into the competitive dialogue process. The e-reverse auctions already is being done, so that is another important area where the new framework builds into the e-reverse auctions. Next, please. It has also provided flexibility for PPP projects. Instead of an open competitive, the procurement can be based on the core principles. The flexibility for private sector beneficiaries, if the loan is on lent to the financial intermediaries, then the procedure, then regulations will not apply. Flexibility for procurement post-review to government auditors can also be entrusted. Next, please. So in selection of consultants, number of shortlists, there was 6, now it can vary from 5 to 8. That is, and the requirement of geographical spread that there cannot be more than 2 firms from one country, that has also been removed based on the feedback from the consultations. Next, please. Value engineering is also built in. Next, I won't like to go through. I won't like to get into the time of the other speaker. Please let go. Another important feature is the complaint handling. The bank will get more involved into the complaint handling. There are time limits within which the complaints have to be addressed. There is a standstill period after the evaluation, the 10-day standstill period, which allows the bidders to raise the complaints and borrowers to address the complaint. So after that standstill period, the borrower can award the contract. So otherwise, under the existing process, if the complaint comes, it could take several months, and then the procurement process was under hold. So there is now a defined procedure and process and a standstill period. We know in Government of Indonesia, there is a period of 5 days. So bank has provided a period of 10 days, but I think there is a flexibility. It can be done case-to-case basis. Next, please. So that is on the standstill period. Next. Another is the use of technology. So entire procurement process, from procurement planning to the contract management, it will require the use of the IT platform where all the exchanges in the procurement process are recorded, including this will enable the analysis of the time. It will also give a lot of analytical information in terms of the market response, in terms of which sector is performing well, which sector is not performing well, which province is having the better competition, which province does not have. So there are a lot of analytical work which can be done for improvement of the procurement effectiveness. Next. So the last slide. So if we look at it, is the new procurement framework is modern, it is fit for purpose, it is tailored, and it responds to the client needs better, and it is more risk-based rather than one-size-fits-all. So with that, that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yash Gupta from the World Bank. And then now, ladies and gentlemen, before we enjoy the lunch break, we will have another interesting session, which will be delivered by the Vice President of the Sales Corporate Bineka.com, that will talk about bagaimana e-catalog merubah pengadaan barang dan jasa menjadi lebih cepat dan transparan, or how the e-catalog can change the procurement process to be more efficient and also faster. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage. This is Bapak Heriadi Yanwar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to make it short and quick because I believe we want to have lunch. So let me introduce myself. My name is Heridi Januar. I'm representative from Bineka and one of the provider in LKPP e-catalog. And today I want to talk about how this e-catalog gives transparency and faster public procurement process. First, I want to talk about my country, Indonesia. You all in Bali, but have you understand? Indonesia is actually consists of 7,508 islands. We have 98 cities and 416 regency. And we want to build Indonesia as a safe and peaceful nation with justice, democracy, and better welfare for all over Indonesia. As you can see, this is a very big country, and with big country, we also have very big challenge. Next, please. This is how Indonesia government want to tackle this, especially using digital. They have some priorities. In here, probably we can talk about number 8, development of good governance, and number 10, corruption, eradication, and law enforcement. To achieve Indonesia goal, we have some priorities, and help achieving that, Indonesia built that what we call digital roadmap. This year, Indonesia just started the second phase of national broadband. So by 2018, every area in Indonesia will have access to broadband internet. And this will be also helping the e-catalog, because e-catalog need the access of internet. Next. The priority sectors is become third part. G2G, e-government, like Bu Sarah mentioned, from e-procurement to e-budgeting and everything. Government to consumer is e-education and e-health. And why I'm here, government to business, e-logistic and e-procurement. Now today we're going to talk about e-procurement. Next, please. E-procurement need the robust data warehouse and access for in-time procurement process. So all the data, all the item being provided by LKPP is needed, data warehouse, because we already as a provider for 1 year. And in that we see, the more people using it, the more system must be built. I have to say, early this year, we have a lot of problem accessing, and customer asking us, although the system not provided by us, it's provided by LKPP, but with the new version of e-catalog, it's already robust and stable. Now we don't have that much problem anymore. Next. This is what Bu Sarah already mentioned, e-catalog and lkpp.go.id. And Bineka, thank you and feel being honored become part of it. Let me play a short video about Bineka.com.
PT Bineka Menteri atau dikenal dengan nama Bineka.com merupakan perusahaan layanan dan solusi IT terbesar di Indonesia yang didirikan pada tahun 1993. Dipimpin oleh Henry Gill selaku CEO, Bineka.com tumbuh menjadi e-commerce yang semakin terpercaya dengan layanan dan lengkap. Kini, selain menjadi nilai utama pembelian rata IT secara online Indonesia yang telah memiliki cita tua, Bineka.com memperluas pangsa pasar dengan menghadirkan berbagai kategori baru, mulai dari alat musik, peralatan olahraga, peralatan rumah tangga, kebutuhan rumah, produk kecantikan, sepatu dan aksesoris, perawatan kaki, travel, otomotif, dan masih banyak lagi, yang saat ini jumlahnya mencapai 100.000 sifat kewajiban dengan misi memberikan pengalaman belanja terbaik. Bineka.com memberikan kemudahan dalam bertransaksi dengan banyaknya pilihan metode pembayaran. Dan untuk mengakomodasi kebutuhan konsumen melalui media digital, diluncurkannya aplikasi berbagai platform seperti Android, iOS, BlackBerry, Windows Phone, Coffee Store, dan Windows 8. Belum lagi, kami juga didukung dengan tim software departemen yang aktif di bidangnya. Bineka.com berhasil membangun berbagai sistem support. Sistem ERP bernama DOS atau Digital System Pertama. Dengan memaksimalkan sistem ini, berbagai layanan dapat dilakukan secara cepat dan akurat, serta berbagai banyak faktor berdasarkan hitungan error. Selain itu, kami berusaha melakukan inovasi-inovasi baru dengan membuat berbagai macam fitur, di antaranya affiliate, Bineka Marketplace, Bineka Kopi, dan fitur-fitur seru lainnya. Bineka.com senantiasa melayani dengan sepenuh hati bersama staf yang profesional dan berpengalaman. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan banyaknya penghargaan yang didapat mulai dari tahun 1996 hingga sekarang. Tentu saja yang tidak kalah pentingnya adalah respon positif dari para pelanggan yang sudah berbelanja di Bineka.com. Selain online, Bineka.com juga bergerak secara offline melalui hadirnya corporate account, meliputi program korporat yang memberikan jasa yang senantiasa cepat, mudah, dan kompetitif. Government account membantu pemerintah dalam kegiatan pengadaan barang dan tergabung dalam LKPP. Service Center yang sudah terautorise untuk merek Lenovo, Hewlett Packard Exchange Point, HTC, Intel, dan Microsoft dengan staf yang bersertifikat membawa Bineka.com menjadi salah satu perusahaan terbaik yang memberikan jasa konsultasi, perbaikan, dan solusi sistem yang terintegrasi serta prosesor. Gerai online Bineka yang siap melayani customer yang datang secara langsung. Bineka memiliki transport yang tersebar di wilayah Jakarta serta satu di Surabaya. Pelanggan juga dimanjakan dengan berbagai promo maupun event yang diselenggarakan oleh Bineka.com seperti workshop fotografi, kontes foto, bazar, serangan pajak, teknis, gratis upgrade video save, dan masih banyak lagi. Ayo bergabung bersama juta pelanggan yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia dan percayakan segala solusi kebutuhan Anda bersama Bineka.com.
Next. So here what I want to discuss. As provider, we see this change, having e-catalog promoting transparency and good governance. How it's happened? Because first, it's price. Everyone can see the price of the good, not only the one who gonna buy. Public can see the price of the good. So you can compare the price. The price is open, and we are not only provider. There's for provider at the moment, and they can compare my Bineka price with other provider price. So it's open in the price. Second, negotiation process of the buying itself. It's in LKPP platform, so it all recorded in there. You can negotiate the price, you can asking for a discount if you buy in bulk and everything. It's open in there. And payment and tax and everything, it's not secret for Indonesia. Usually we have VAT, and because some restitution problem, people usually make a double tax to just cover the price. With this, it's all gone because the tax is clear in that. That's also enabling all goods all over Indonesia. Like I say in the first, Indonesia is very big, massive country. Not all items before available in remote area in Indonesia. It's easy to have an item in Java, maybe in Bali, but it will be hard problem for people in Papua or in Sumatra or in Kalimantan. With this, we can help provide the same item all over Indonesia. Some statistic number, Bineka has more than 12,000 items listed in e-catalog. We starting join e-catalog last March. Until yesterday, we already fulfilled 9,047 transactions. And we have 30 representatives in capital province in Indonesia, from 34 provinces in Indonesia. Next. And other is fast, effective, and efficient. Why? Because before, if we do e-tendering, its minimum take 10 days. The reality, it can be take 2 to 4 weeks. With e-catalog, if the item ready and everything, it can be done in 3 days. So you can cut the time. And when you already have the budget, it's just easy to looking the item you need. You can compare so many products with with your necessity. Because I'm in IT, I can say, okay, I want to buy computer from i5, 8 GB. I can compare the price from HP, from Dell, from Lenovo, and see which fit my budget and everything. We connect, at the moment we serve 514 cities and regency in Indonesia. We hope we can cover all over Indonesia soon. The biggest problem in Indonesia, not only from us, but also from logistics. So we are working with LKPP to solve that. So that's, I guess, from me, and we can have lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bapak Heriadi Yanwar, for not delaying us for our lunch time. And ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the lunch break area, we would like to kindly remind you to also do an exhibition visit at the exhibition area, as we have a various range of products. One of it is the Balinese crafts, and you can get also the merchandise of the IPPC at the LKPP booth. So there are so many various items for the merchandise itself, like necklace, and then also you can find the interesting stuffs there as your souvenirs to be brought back to your home country. At the booth of the Udayana University, they also provide reflexology services, so please kindly also go through that booth. You can also go to other booths as we provide the exhibitor like Bineka.com, the IDS, and then also BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Ladies and gentlemen, once we finish the lunch, please kindly gather back to the respective room, as we will continue by having the breakout session. And the breakout session itself will start at 1 p.m. local time. The musholah to conduct the prayer will be directed by the organizing committee once you finish the lunch. So kindly enjoy the lunch at the ground floor located at the Cuisines restaurant. This is the restaurant where you enjoy the breakfast at this hotel. And then after that, you can just wait there, and then the organizing committee will give a further announcement to proceed to the musholah to conduct the prayer this afternoon. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, the latest breakout class schedule of the IPPC7 can be seen at the website at www.ippc7.com, and also at the screen or at the LED TV provided on each breakout room. The live streaming of this IPPC can be also seen at the www.lkpp.go.id or at www.ippc7.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly proceed to the lunch area. Once again, it's located at the ground floor at the Cuisine restaurant. And kindly return back to the respective room at the breakout session. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch.
Speak about one of our projects. It's about noting, it's about innovation, it's about the EU, it's here about pre-commercial procurement.
If you can use a micro, because it's very hard to do.
Okay.
The reason we talk about innovation is because we come from the city of Oslo in Norway, and the political environment, they expect us to use procurement as an instrument to boost innovation. And that's been a challenge to us, and that's why we chose this subject to write a thesis about.
Our project and presentation is about the EU's PCP model, which has been used in the building project. And we're trying to highlight whether this model the PCP model can be used for innovation or not. And we're comparing it to traditional innovation theory. And the project itself is about knowledge, and we're going to present what knowledge is as well. But the main topic is innovation and
just some small facts about Norway. In Norway, it's nighttime now. You can see the lights over here. But we only have about 5 million inhabitants in Norway, but also it's one of the fastest growing capitals in Norway. So our population grows about 7% each year in the capital.
We have winters months a year. We're real cold. It's minus 10 degrees, but it's very, very different from Bali. But we enjoy it, and that's good as said. The city is growing really fast, and that's one of the reasons why this project has been very important for us. Because each corner there are excavators digging up the streets every month. How can we develop the city in a smarter way?
Belum ada orang, Pak.
Some short words about us. We work at the central purchasing body in Oslo. We have about 32 employees nowadays, and our responsibility is framework agreements and to have some of the major investments in the city.
Yeah. If you can use more time on this. How do you procure? How to do it?
Bang Afan.
Traditionally, we have been writing hundreds of pages with descriptions. Is that the right way to do it? Especially during ICT and complex procurement. Traditionally, we have been describing every detail. Is that the right way to do it? Is that the right way to innovate? How are you doing it? Are you doing it the same way? This is the stage gate process that Mr. Cooper made in the 80s. There are several different so-called stage gate models, but stage gates.
Bentar Mas, ini Mas, gue lagi ini sama Mas Adi. Mas Adi ada di sini.
The model shows a timeline with the different milestones, where stages refers to periods of work, while gates refers to decision points. The fact that the development takes place in stages and the evaluation are undertaken on the basis of given criteria at each individual gate helps reduce the overall risk. The risk of failed result is reduced when thorough evaluations are carried out during the process. One of the success criteria is evaluation at the gates are conducted by people who have not been responsible for the work in each stage. Stakeholders who want a good result from innovation are the ones who conduct the gates.
Iya, ini lagi dicek bareng sama Mas Adi. Di sini sih udah naik nih.
The model is based on use where a company goes from an idea before gate 1 actually, goes through the stages to launch a new project. At stage 1 or prior to stage 1, good ideas are discovered. And during gate 1, a decision is taken whether the idea qualifies for stage 1 or not. Stage 1 is a relatively simple exercise where challenges and potential are traditionally examined and a business case are being built. And so it goes. At stage 3, they're producing some prototypes, and at gate 4, they're being tested. I guess everybody has heard this quote from Mr. Ford earlier. It's old, but I think it's still going strong. Innovation is high on our politicians' agenda. The industry in Northern Europe and especially Norway is innovating too slow. They are not so competitive compared to Asia and the USA as they used to be. This is why our politicians aim to use public procurement to drive innovation. But is public procurement the right way to innovate the industry? Maybe.
What's the definition of innovation? We have taken the Austrian economist Joseph Schumpeter, who made a definition in the early 30s, I think, and he identified 5 types of innovation: production of a new product or service, a new production method, penetration into a new market, or make raw materials or semi-manufactured goods in another way.
And the important thing is that invention and innovation.
Di sini pembicaranya ada 2, Mas.
And invention can be like number 2 there, introduction of a new production method. Innovation is much more than invention. The Nordic project is to say something about conclusion already now. It's 3 types of innovation in our thesis. It's about penetrating into a new market. Some of the technology needed for Nordic already exists.
Today in Norway, we have the same legislation as the rest of Europe. We have the main procedures: open procedure, secret procedure, negotiated procedure, and competitive dialogue. In the new directive, it is a separate procedure for pre-commercial procurement, but we have studied how to do it in the existing legislation. The speed up here.
Yeah, this is the model that we used for the Nordic project. The code leverandør is the same as a supplier here, and as you can see, there are striking similarities to the stage game model. Prior to phase 0 there, we sent an RFE, and actually for that thoroughly internal evaluations, this can be a project for the city also or not. In phase 1, framework agreements were signed with the qualified tenders who had business cases we believed in and that we thought realize this project. They were given significant funds as an incitament to develop further.
It's a big contradiction to the normal procedures. They only had ideas to develop, and in phase 1 they all got funds to develop ideas.
Significant funds, yeah. It's a high risk for the city of Oslo, using a lot of work hours and using a lot of money actually to make this come through. And in phase 4, we as a city also do not own the technology. Suppliers who has done the job do own the technology. We don't want to own the technology. We want to buy it.
The green arrow in the top is a framework agreements that we did before the products are finished for market, and then when the products are commercialized, some other public procurement which will take place.
And what is not very good is that at this sport you have to do another competition. You cannot award a contract to the best solution that is project. Before the RFP, we tried to make some fuss about the project. We established our website, nodigchallenge.com, which still exists. To make some fuss, we invited international media to write articles about it, and they did. And at this conference, we're participating from Northern USA, Japan, Russia, because I saw an economic potential in this project.
This is a picture from the city of Oslo, and our chance was that in order to develop, we dug up the street with excavators every other month. The same streets were dug up to lay new pipelines. So that was the challenge we faced in the city of Oslo. How do we cope with that?
The project is simply about not using excavators that lay water pipes and sewage pipes. We are drilling in the North Sea at several houses in this sea. Why can't we use a robot, place it in a cellar, and tell it to do the water pumps, to do the sewage pipes? Why are we using excavators? That's what this project is about. So we have a little time, so we're going to go through all this, but yeah. I think our time is up right now. The project is move to the last. Right now, there has been field tests with the robots. They have been tested. They are doing the job.
I would say you see that the field test is none of our current suppliers. Our current suppliers have excavators and they use today's technology. Our new suppliers, they use technology from the offshore sector to dig underground, horizontally underground. And the aim is to connect the pipelines without digging up the cables. And in a couple of months, we have proven the field tests and we are ready to and go to
major international entrepreneurs and technology manufacturers are developing this technology, and I see the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chair, Mr. Gunnar. I heard the information from the committee that our third participant will not, our third presenter will not able to present. But I would like to answer that first. Mr. Halonen Kirsi Maria is in here. She is the third participant. I'm wondering if she's not in here, then we can have additional time to have discussion for this presenter and also for the second presenter? No? Rules on disclosure of information in public procurement comprising competitions. Is the speaker in here or not? No.
Yeah.
Can you please raise your hand if you are in here? No. Okay. Then we have additional time. We have time for discussion. So I think we still have 10 minutes for the question of and answer for your side, and then afterwards we will return back to you. Yeah. Please directly, please make it more flexible to directly raise your question to the speakers.
You were name is Marius from the Rotterdam University Groningen. You were mentioning Schumpeter. Tell us with the solution you've chosen which innovation of Schumpeter it is.
As the projects are being carried out, it's about penetrating a new market is the main innovation because of there are new technology as well, but it's not a secret that oil and gas companies are the technology behind all of this.
We say that when they categorize innovation today, they often use process innovation, organization innovation, and service innovation. And they're using existing technology in a new way. So it's a combination of those. Any further questions? Yes.
Yeah, my name is Wali. I am senior procurement specialist from the Islamic Development Bank. It's located in Jeddah. It's a donor institution. It's an MDB, multi-development partner like the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, PPRD, and others. Now, whenever we mention in procurement the word innovation, is a little bit alarming, maybe to our member countries, or in terms of governance, in terms of auditing, etc. But based on your experience, sorry, I couldn't follow the full presentation, maybe due to my jet lag. I had to come all the way from Jeddah to Bali. It was a complete jet lag. Maybe this is the reason. But based on your experience, if you kindly, in a very simple way, summarized way, can you indicate your lesson learned from using innovative procurement? Do you think you have drawn lessons from that? Has it been successful overall or no? That sort of thing could help me to overcome my jet lag a little. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting question. I can start, and Mr. Vedde can this is not a project that the city of Oslo has manual. There's one kind of these projects every 5 years maybe. And the main success criteria, I think, is top management involvement and the willingness to take some major risks. This project can still outcome as total failure. But right now it's carrying out quite good. And the field tests prove that you can do this.
And to say it's we always have a discussion. Do we describe the solution or the need, as we asked? And in ICT procurements, we have hundreds of detailed demands to make it work in the bigger picture. And in these areas, we have to be detailing each point. But in this area, we were deliberately looking for new ways to solve our needs. So, but it's demanding to say our need in just a few lines and not make details. But in some areas, it's we have to do it to make the market feel new and to be open to new solutions. So that's the Henry Ford subject. If you ask for what we always want, we get no innovation.
I think good procurement is about, well, let me say it in small words. I think there's a misuse of the word innovation in procurement, especially in Norway, because we're talking about innovative procurement like they're only describing their needs. I think the good procurement is describing needs, and when you are trying to innovate, it can be through Peter's definition through 105. You have to do a major project. This project has the conference you saw the picture from was 3 years ago, more than 3 years ago. So you used significantly much time.
And one of the benefits with the stage gate model is that for each stage, we have a gate to say go or no go. So the public authority, they can evaluate, is it getting too costly? We can stop it now, or we can go and move forward. So this Cooper stage gate model is very good for us to control the cost of the investments.
And the gates, as people call them, they are being conducted by an external specialist group. City also has non-control, they do go on the external specialist.
Well, we still have 3 minutes actually. Yeah, yes, sir.
So the stage gate process looks very much like the project management framework. And so does this have more in common with project management or with innovation, or perhaps both? Because the project is really typically has to do with something new, right?
Yeah, it's a good point. I see striking similarities when we go into innovation theory and see how project management works. And what we saw is that we can adopt it into existing legislation in and not everybody foresaw in advance, but good project managers can do this very good way within our framework.
Nggak ada buat apa ini nih, Komodo ini nih, bukan Mas, ini lagi nyari audio ini punya Mas Andi. Gua
very warm applause for speakers.
Dari tadi gua udah ngasih tahu. Ini karena kita di sini.
I would like to kindly invite the second speaker, Mr. Hafbas.
Yeah, that's me. I see my presentation is way ahead of me.
Yes.
Do you have the clicker maybe here? It was in your pocket. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the next 20 minutes, I will try to introduce to the concept of the circular economy and the way Amsterdam, the city of Amsterdam, has found to achieve progress in the development of the concept by its procurement conditions. But first, who are you dealing with this afternoon? My name is Bas den Haaf. I'm a company lawyer of Waterland. No, it doesn't work at all. Did I use the wrong button? Yeah. Oh, it's a little darker on the left hand. I'll get out of it.
So you say next, and then I will press.
will be saying a lot of next, I believe. But we'll leave it at that. I'm earning my bread as a lawyer. A couple of words regarding my organization. WaterNet specializes in water government in and around the Amsterdam area. Combines all water services, groundwater, wastewater, surface water, and safety behind the dikes. So you can imagine we procure a lot of big water constructions. Enough about me, I think. Let me try to introduce to you circular economy concept. That was me, wasn't it? Yeah. On the left, here we see the current linear economy. Manufacturers, they take resources, raw materials, convert them into products, which are often destroyed at the end of their life, leaving waste. Here it says toxic waste, but it doesn't have to be toxic. Of course, leaving waste. And on the right, we have a new principle, a new way of looking at the economy. It's a circular economy. An economy closing the loops of product life cycles through greater recycling and reuse, bringing benefits for both the environment and the economy. That's the definition. That's my definition. It's basically an economic system based on business chain cooperation, basically intended to prevent the waste of resources. How? Well, by maximizing the reusability of products and materials, both technical and biological. Where does it come from? Let's start with the European Union. What's happening in Europe? I'm really fast. This one. That's it. This is a statement of the European Commission in 2014. For 54 scarce and economically imported raw materials, the entire European economy depends for 90% of raw materials imported from outside of Europe. These are big numbers. Sparked by the European Commission adopted an rather ambitious circular economy package in December last year. Actually means to change the European economy. Generally based on regulations and financial support. The basic goal of this plan is to achieve economic innovation. At this moment, it's envisioned by the member states. The European Commission has set a milestone, 2030, and again big numbers. By then, 65% of all domestic waste and 75% of all industrial waste has to be recycled within the European Union. So that's quite a target. This milestone, it means to transform the European economy, create new opportunities, of course, strengthen competition. These are the words of the Commission. And what is very important to realize is that it's not only about recycling waste. It's really about changing the entire chain of production. The European Commission has calculated profits reduction by lesser use of raw resources, lowering dependence of non-EU countries, less waste, and of course an improvement of the environment. And it adds up. It has been calculated. These are digits of the European Commission. Possible economic growth of 550 billion euros. That's really a lot. An employment growth of 2 million jobs. And of course, the environmental improvement. As I said, the Commission has asked the Member States to comment on their package. So what's happening in the Netherlands? It's a nice picture, isn't it? I selected the colors because I'm saying that's my company. What's happening in the Netherlands? Well, we're doing just that. Beautiful. Want to look at it a little bit longer, maybe? Now we're doing what the Commission asked. We're looking at this economy package. And the government is working on a national program for the circular economy in the Netherlands. It's due in September this year. And also for the Netherlands, it's very important to realize that the Dutch economy is highly dependent on the import of raw materials. On average, the country sources 68% of its raw materials from abroad. It's really a lot. So, sleep a little bit. I'll get used to this. Well, the transition to a circular economy presents the Dutch economy with several opportunities. More independence from important raw materials, new economic revenue models, the government says, and again, the improvement of the environment. One of the means to stimulate the Dutch industry to innovate, besides the financial and factual support, it will be procurement. It will be procurement. Public spending in percentages in the Netherlands, governmental spending represents more than 21% of the gross domestic product, so that's a lot. There's a lot of influence right there. Profits. Economic growth in the Netherlands, 7 billion euros, employment growth 70,000. It's quite a lot also. Again, big numbers. If we come down to my hometown, Amsterdam, again, nice picture, I think. The City of Amsterdam commissioned a study by TNO, the Dutch research company, and well, it states that there are a lot of opportunities for both the city and the markets it deals with. The city aims therefore to challenge the industry to identify possible opportunities and to really accelerate transitions down circular economy. How? We are full circular procurement practice already in 2017, next year. And why? Well, because there's profits. Also, it has been calculated that in the realization of new city districts, we will be gaining 85 million euros a year. Before I come to the way circular procurement is practiced in Amsterdam, I'd like to illustrate the theory with some examples. Phosphate, maybe you know it. The Netherlands is importing phosphate in the form of mined phosphate, or primarily from China, Morocco, Western Sahara, South Africa. It's used for fertilizer a lot. And the predicted period worldwide which phosphate supplies will be exhausted is 50 years. 50 years, it all will be gone. What does that mean? Phosphate is becoming scarcer, increasingly difficult to recover, more expensive, thus while the available quality is degenerating. That's why my company, Waternet, has created at this moment the largest phosphate recovery installation in Europe. Stands at city waste water treatment. What it does is there are 3 recovery reactors and they produce 1,000 tons of phosphate every year. It comes from the sludge of wastewater. It's an innovative technology. It has been applied and it resulted from circular procurement as we used it. Another example, biogas, also from my company. The same city waste water treatment plant now obtains 11 million cubic meters of biogas. That's, I don't say not just numbers, but it's a lot. It's a lot of gas. It's used to create electricity and biomethane, and electricity are for the constructions here. But the gas goes to people of Amsterdam, to the service station right at this plant, and most of it goes to the district heating system of the city. Also innovative technology, also obtained by circular procurement that we use in Amsterdam. I got a third, maybe more down to earth example. At this moment in Amsterdam, the city furniture, tables and chairs like that, they're all circular procured. What does it mean? It's within the tenant framework agreement, the supplier takes back all the used office furniture, provides high quality repair and recycles all the resources. So every part of the furniture is recycled and used in circular. There are a lot of city services in Amsterdam. So where does it come down to? I think the core of this presentation. 2 minutes. You must be kidding me. That's slow. I'm sorry. I will go very fast. I'll use some of the minutes for the discussion, maybe for the presentation. How do we do this? How do we do this? How do we challenge the market? You can't expect from markets, manufacturers, contractors, tenderers to be entirely circular overnight. We developed a system of procurement conditions. It's a way to reward and encourage tenderers into circular development. Basically means selection criteria on 3 levels. Level 1 represents the intention of the organization. Level 2 represents focus plan. Level 3 for the actual realization. Of course, level 3 is awarded most points. I will present to you some main examples. I will go very fast. And that's good because it will not be my point, sorry, for you to remember all criteria. That would be useless, I think. But I hope it will give you an essential idea on how we approach and award the tenderers, on their developments, and our circularity. Strategy, inherent ambition to achieve circularity, aids an organization to establish necessary internal steps. That is a more circular way of working, and it might be inspiring to others. So, this is assessed as follows. The tenderer aims at a certain percentage of high quality recycling of materials in general. The tenderer aims at full scale recycling on level 2, and on level 3 the tenderer attaches a certain year to this goal, by instance 2030. like the Commission does. It has to be published publicly to get those points. Another example, objectives within the tender. On level 1, the tender aims for high quality recycling in its own strategic policy. Level 2, it submits a strategy for the collection with its possible partners. Yes, it's full enough, but its possible partners. And on level 3, there's an actual recycling of materials within the tender. What are the most points? Another one, more specific. Trade cooperation gets more interesting. An overview of the tender's disposal of all parties in the production is an essential step to enable cooperation. You have to know which party you are dealing with. So on level 1, we see we can simply list a list of partners. On level 2, tenderer submits specific examples of recycling cooperation with his partners. And on level 3, we see where at the most points where he's playing a leading role in the recycling cooperation itself. Even more specific, take-back options. No level 1 on this one. The tenderer gives the possibility to take back products. And on level 3, he gives a guarantee to take them back and recycle them. What at the most points. Last one, I think, harmful components. Well, you can imagine harmful components may have a negative impact on circularity. So, on level 2, the tenderer submits the results of completed research into harmful components. On level 3, he demonstrates which measures he has taken to take away those harmful. Last points. To change the economy, you will need your markets. You can't do this. You can't do this alone. With more than 20 parties last year, the City of Amsterdam has drawn a manifesto, Circular City District. Simply, it's an agreement. And together they are cooperating in the development of a specific urban area in Amsterdam, Ham, as it is called, transforming it into an entire circular city district. Aiming to achieve, as is noted here, complete circular living and working in this district. And I have worked. Time's up, I know. I'm almost there. It's great, those signs. Really helpful for me. Most important to me is the eagerness of the market parties to join, to bring this market competition to a new level. Sometimes they meet those challenges here with more enthusiasm than we do. So that's very positive in my opinion. Concluding. It's not easy for me to conclude on a subject that's broad and in motion. This is from the Clinton War Room, the 1992 election room, campaign office. And it's the first time the election slogan, "The economy is stupid," was written down. Maybe you've heard it. It's paraphrased a lot. It's "the economy is stupid" and other paraphrases. But of course it is. It is. It's all about the economic playfields here. And those differ. Those really differ. The concrete sector, for instance, in Holland is already entirely circular. You will find no demolition, concrete, and scrap heaps. All is used in new concrete or granulate. It's the way it's for the basis for the new roads. On the other hand, as I stated, phosphate is far from being circular. So, beginning this year, we invited our most important contractors. We asked them what we should change. And they all said, stop dictating in procurement and use our innovative power. We heard that before. And in my opinion, well, structural procurement opens all doors wide open for innovation in the market. So I would say to be continued, of course, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think we can directly come to the question and answer. Please raise your hand. Yeah? Is anyone of you? Yes, ma'am? No? Yes, sir, please.
So thank you very much for your presentation, very interesting. I think that is very relevant. But I was thinking about the fact that maybe we have to try to understand how to put together procurement and management of the city. Because what you are proposing is to innovate the procurement, but in some ways completely innovating and change the management of the city. So how do you think to connect the two?
It's a good point, it's true, it's simply true. What we're trying to do is to stimulate the market, but also to give room to the market. And that's a whole new way of procurement. And I will not say that it's easy. I will not say that it's easy, because we're getting a lot of comments on this new way. Because every section of the market is different within its approach. There are some sections that are very far. They're really enthusiastic about this. There are others who feel they have to invest too much to come to this point. Well, I think it's it's definitely true. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, in connection with the last question of Mr. Ankarani, well, I'm a member of an expert group of the European Commission. I think I'm the only not lawyer over there. But a lot of lawyers say, well, this is an example of an instrumental utilization of public procurement, which they think is a curse. So we have a big debate in Europe about the possibility of using public procurement for these kind of goals. In my opinion, either public procurement takes this role or it will be finished. It cannot be that we have big problems in society with the environment, with immigrants, with social inclusion, but public procurement, no, that's pure. That is not involved with real societal problems. But there's a strong movement within procurement lawyers, at least in Europe, but maybe elsewhere too. They say, no, that's an instrumental utilization of procurement. I don't know another type of procurement than instrumental utilization, but to some people that sounds as abuse of public procurement. I think public procurement needs to fulfill needs of the public, so they have to include all these problems. And how do the lawyers in Amsterdam think about that?
Well, I'm one of them, and I gave you my opinion. But it's not about the lawyers in Amsterdam, it's about the council, the city council. There is a lot of ambition there to go more sustainable, to have a more sustainable city. As I pointed out, this new district in Amsterdam is really a big thing. And Amsterdam wants to invest, the governance of Amsterdam wants to invest. So the lawyers just have to find their way to make this work. And as I said, for me it's the most important to see, to find a connection between the wishes of our city council and the markets, because they have their own opinions of how this will work. And I really like to taste what the markets have to provide. So this is a way. This is a way. So you can see what you get back. Within this new city district, we see very enthusiastic market partners. Until now, we haven't given 100% execution yet, but we will find out. Yeah.
We still have 4 minutes. I saw 2%. Well, yes, please. Make it quick so I can make it two questions.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon. Sir, I've heard a while ago that you mentioned that innovation is made by legislation and by financial and actual support, or specifically the European Union. Do you think Brexit has an implication in the implementation of circular economy in the region? Thank you. I'm Florante from the Philippines.
That's also a very good question, and I'm afraid I won't be able to answer that. I am just a lawyer from Amsterdam, and I haven't been in this on this European level. But maybe Wouter here has heard or thought something about this. Wouter, can you say something about it? It's about the influence of the Brexit on possible European development.
I'm not a specialist in it. It was very funny, one of my people I'm from Piano, the expertise center of the Netherlands, and one of my people is in a working group in the commission for economic procurement, and the day after Brexit he got a letter of a Scottish member of that group who was completely panicked. And in that group it's not about Brexit, it's not about big politics, but just for some people the world collapsed in one day. I think we are in chaos and not knowing what to do. Personally, I hope it will be a blessing in disguise. That's not an expert opinion, but that's all I can say about it.
Can I move
Thank
to
you,
sir? Mr. Julian?
You mentioned the use of work criteria, and to what extent do you implement the procurement? Can you mention how much are we really to emphasize that?
Sorry, how much?
The use of work criteria, recycled, and how much do you implement?
Implementation. Okay. Well, it's we'll have to have a full circular procurement for Amsterdam next year. Full circular procurement, that's 100%, and that's not easy, and I don't think it will be met. But you need a target like that to really work hard on this, because of course we can't change the markets overnight. It's impossible. If you've got an entire section you have to use that's not circular, you cannot have 100% circular procurement. So what we're trying to do is to adapt our conditions to the sounds of the market. We try to make it work, and it's more research than strategy sometimes. I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Can I say one? I forgot.
Sure.
Something.
Please go ahead, sir.
Just one remark.
Yes,
I had to react suddenly, but what I really, in relation to procurement and Brexit, think is the Brexit has something to do with what's called the gap between Central Europe, Brussels, and the public. I think it's a real problem. That's why I said it might be a blessing in disguise that we reconsider what we're doing in Brussels. And I personally think that public procurement is a real example of regulation from Brussels that nobody understands. The image of public procurement is not good. Nobody thinks this is the best way to buy our stuff, to spend our money. Public procurement is about doing stupid things, counterintuitive, etc. And if you talk to one supplier, you have to talk to 100, otherwise it's unfair, etc., etc. So if the Brexit might lead to blessings, I hope that the procurement takes the lead in deregulation, all
congratulating all stupid things. Thank you very much.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Well, let's give us applause. I have just obtained information from the committee. They said that we will have a break, but we don't have a coffee break yet. So for those who would like to remain in this room, then you can get the opportunity to discuss. Can you hear me? No? Sorry. So I've just obtained an information from the committee that we will not have a coffee break. We will do have a break this moment, but that we don't have a coffee break in the outside. So this break opportunity, you can make a personal communication to the speaker if you would like to discuss any further information with them. Or you can also change the room if you would like to participate in a different room of discussion. I myself also will not be a chair on the further discussion, because I will move to the another session. Thank you very much for your participation. See you around.
Break now, di sini break. Udah off.
Small contracts. I didn't even saw them, and when it was a contract of at least 300,000 euro when it came into my office. Later on, now I'm working for private entities, small cities, big administrations also, but under the European directives there are a lot of private entities that are small, but that are functional public entities under the directive, and they have to apply public procurement regulations. And that's why I started to look at small contracts and the problems. My presentation, you see here the content. I have first an explanation on the context, the questions I had with the small contracts. I will also explain some elements of the methods I used, the results, and we can have, I will discuss the results, and then we will have some conclusions. The context, first of all, from my private life. I was renovating my home, and I had very good contractors of works, and I asked them if they participated in public procurement, which is my daily job, 24 hours on 24. And they laughed at me. He said, we are not fools. I was a little bit surprised by that reaction. Right? The second element, I teach a lot of public procurement courses. I taught now almost more than 1,000 courses in my life of public procurement. And a lot of administrators of public entities express their concerns on the small contracts. Yeah? Oh, okay. And do I have to push somewhere? No? Okay. So they had, for the small contracts, they had a lot of difficulties to find good contractors. And when they do a procedure, it was very difficult to have good proposals. And it was, there were also some interpretations on Belgian legislation, but it surprised me because normally it should be very easy to process small contracts. And then I had several projects in small private entities that were under the public procurement regulation. And then I had, for example, to do a procedure to award an insurance contract. And because the entity is very small, the premium to pay is also very small. But the process is not less complicated, because to evaluate the proposals of the insurance companies, if you tender for 3 million euro, or if you do it for 3,000 euro, the evaluation of the conditions of the insurance are, as from the complexity, they are exactly the same. So it became quickly for me clear that my consulting fee was bigger than the value of the contract. Then I had a lot of meetings with public procurement officials in several conferences, and I saw also that it was rather difficult to obtain precise information on their legal system. People are very often mixing up publication thresholds, competition thresholds, and so on. So it was not so easy to know exactly what was happening in each country. And then, of course, you have also the SME policies under the European Union directives and on national level. I remember the international research study in Beijing on the involvement of SMEs in public procurement, where we discussed a lot. And at that time, for example, there was Professor Jan Telgen who was proposing to put all the contracts, the small contracts, in a big database which was open to everybody. I was very against that idea, but I had not the time to write down my argument. So this paper was already a very long time on my stomach, from at least 2011. And then we have now the new public procurement directives, and then of course in every country people are asking the question, what will we do below the threshold? And especially in Belgium, I had a lot of questions of organizations to assist them in evaluating the new draft legislation in Belgium and to influence the politicians to make what we consider a better legislation. And I was partly successful, so the elements I use here, I used them also to convince our Council of Ministers, and they were not maybe completely convinced, but at least a little bit. So the good news is that sometimes politicians listen to your arguments. What were some questions I had? Is the market of small contracts important? How are small contracts treated in our neighbor countries? And I looked especially to France and Netherlands. I had a glance on the German legislation and the legislation of Luxembourg, but they were almost the same as the Belgian, so I didn't continue that. What about EU law compliance and small contracts? And is the actual system in Belgium or eventually in other countries economically justified? And then what about the new Belgian legislation? What was my method? I did some literature study. I made a comparative study of the French, Dutch, and Belgian public procurement legislation. The French legislation changed at the beginning of April. So I was exactly at the time to rewrite a lot of things in the paper because there was a new legislation in France. The Dutch legislation is the legislation at the time of writing the paper. And if there are people from the Netherlands here, they can maybe help me to adjust if there would be important changes. Then analysis of the EU court case law. I had a very elementary probabilistic approach based on the binomial distribution, not to prove something, because I understand completely the weaknesses of the model, but just to illustrate. And apparently it was for the politicians already too complicated. So, but it is only an illustration. And then analysis of the results. When I talk about small contracts, there is no formal definition. One element is important in the reasoning, that is that it is considerably lower than the EU threshold. And I use here, for the ease of reasoning, because I compare the different systems, something around 30,000 euro for supplies and services, and 150,000 euro excluding value-added tax for works. And you can see then what this means related to the European thresholds. You see that it is only 14.3% in the classical sectors and 22%. And when you see compare to the threshold of works, this is only 2.87% of the European threshold. So specifically for the works, it are very low values. When I try to find information on the amount of value that was awarded in small contracts, I found that there were no reliable figures, not even reliable figures on the amount awarded below the EU threshold. So the amounts reported to the European Commission are doubted by the European Commission. They propose their own numbers, but there are not exact numbers available. But what surprised me is that if you compare, for example, Belgium, then Belgium is awarding in value as much below the European threshold as much above. And when we look to Germany, you see that Germany is awarding 3 times more value below the EU threshold. Why, if you compare it to France, France is awarding 6 times more value above the European threshold. But in any case, it is a large amount of money below the European threshold, and it is not possible to know how much in small contracts. At first glance, they seem small contracts seem friendly for small and medium enterprises, because you think, okay, it is more easy to compete for them. And you see that a lot of measures in the policies of SME are based on enhancing the participation. And I doubt that that is a good way of working for the small contracts. Tendering costs. I based my calculations on tendering costs that were measured in the Netherlands, and I used the values of the negotiated procedure without prior publication. They used the tariff of 75 euro per hour to calculate the tendering cost at the buyer side and to calculate the costs at the supplier side. I don't question, I verified the numbers, I verified the way how the process steps that they used to calculate the amount, and I saw that, first of all, surely for 75 euro per hour there are no consultants involved, at least not in our country, because you cannot get a consultant for 75 euro per hour. And secondly, for a lot of contracts, this is far below reality. So, but I took these values. And this is not my work. This is from the study in the Netherlands, but I use them in my calculations. And then I want to make a remark on the tendering costs, because some tendering costs, to my idea, are compressible tendering costs. You can reduce them by, for example, replacing a paper procedure by an electronic procedure. These are compressible tender costs. Other costs are not compressible. They are content-related costs. So, for example, the insurance evaluation, it is as hard for a small contract as for a big contract. And reducing administrative burdens doesn't change very much. These costs are at the buyer side, but are as well, non-compressible costs are also at the supplier side. And one important element that is a cost driver are the technical, so the regulations on the technical specifications. If you build your house with a private architect, he will put the trademark of the product that he will use. He just put it in the contract clauses. While under EU regulations, you may not do that. So the contractor has always to figure out what is now the contracting entity meaning, what is the product that could be compliant to the specifications. It takes a lot of effort to do that. I compared here the legal system in the 3 countries, and you see that there is a threshold. The thresholds are largely different between the countries. You see that the Netherlands, for the small contracts until 33,000 euro, they do not apply the treaty principles. And I will give an explanation for that, which is not in the Dutch legislation. So they award the small contracts out of the public procurement regulations and out of the treaty. That's why you see also 2 no's on the 2 first lines. Are they exempted from competition? You see that in the actual Belgian system, we have to play with the competition. We have to invite more than one supplier, while in France and in the Netherlands, it is not necessary. You see also in the actual Belgian system that the EU rules concerning technical specifications do apply also on the smallest contract. And then you see that in almost every country, I'm not aware of the Netherlands, the situation in the Netherlands, an oral contract is still allowed until this threshold, but in fact nobody is doing that. Because nobody awards a contract of 20,000 euro only orally. So that is a typically theoretical situation which is very rarely used. And then of course one of the important elements is, do you need to write a motivated decision on your award? If you have 4 award criteria, do you have to motivate, based on all the award criteria, your decision to award the contract? And then you see also that until some thresholds, under certain conditions, it is not necessary to award a contract, to motivate the award of the contract. I verified EU case law, and in the EU case law you see clearly that there is some room to exempt the small contracts from the EU treaty. I will not go further into detail. You find the references in the paper. The last thing I want to show to you here is based on a binomial distribution, taking into account the fact that we have the costs at the buying side and at the tendering side, at the supplier side. Here I calculate the cost at the supplier side when somebody wants to gain at least one contract. Because if he wants to win his costs, he at least has to win one contract. So I use, to illustrate, not to prove, I illustrate the binomial model, and then you see that to have a probability of winning at least one contract of 95%, you see the fourth column, that the supplier has to participate at least 13 tenders, and that he has to spend 20,800 euro to win at least one contract, and then he can win back eventually on winning eventually one contract, eventually two, let's say on average 3 or 4 contracts. So if we create competition for the small contracts, it is almost impossible to win back the costs. So that's why suppliers do not like to participate. You can make other calculations for other conditions. I will not comment on that. And you see, if we ask public entities to do competition for small contracts, it is in general not economically justified to do that. It is very difficult for the tenderer to win back the costs. And especially in the actual Belgian situation, it is very difficult. We can have a similar reasoning for the publication threshold. It's just, you have just adapted the figures of the cost of the procedure. But what is important, I have put some conclusions on it, but one of the most important conclusions for me is that the policies that now are actually applied in the directive to enhance participation of SMEs don't work for small contracts. Because the issue is the number of participants in the competition. In fact, they make it worse, because if you lower the thresholds for participation, there are more competitors. The probability to win the contract is much lower, so the costs to win back, the number of tenders to win back the costs are much higher. So we have to change this policy completely for small contracts and reducing the competition obligation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. I think you proposed a very important topic in the fields of public procurement. The contract under threshold, how they need special treatment, and we need to strike balance between simplify the procedure and as well maintain the competitive and other regulatory requirement. So it's time to take questions. I assume there will be questions regarding this topic. Anyone? Yeah, please.
Sorry, my ignorance may be a bit, but what can you do then to stimulate or to promote the participation of small and medium enterprise in public procurement? Is there a solution? On the other hand, what is done with the small contracts?
With the small contracts, I will focus on the small contracts because they take a lot of measures, and you can believe in it or not. A few years ago, there was a presentation of Michael Essig on one of the conferences on splitting into lots. He showed that it doesn't change anything. So we can discuss all these measures. It could be, for example, I can discuss also the reduction. You know that in the directive there is a reduction of the minimal requirement of turnover. Nobody realized, so now it's twice, a company that has twice the turnover, that is twice the value of the contract, responds to the minimal requirement. Nobody realized that it is public procurement and not private procurement. So for example, that company wins a contract. Suppose that it's half of its turnover. What is the probability to win back, win the contract again next year or after 4 years? What will be the probability? It's not like in private life where you continue eventually with your entity, with your private company. So here he has to retender. So imagine that he loses. What will happen with the personnel? What will happen with the investment? He loses half of his turnover with one contract. So the guy that put that in the directive, for me, it's completely economically unjustified. It's completely economically unjustified. But people, we will see what these measures will bring. But for the small contracts, my argument is, if you know, based on your experience, that there is a good contractor, write it down and give him the contract. Don't make it too complicated. But you should be accountable to me, to the public, to explain why you have chosen that supplier. But don't make it too complicated.
Electronic methodology to award contracts through online, even it's small, but it still could be efficient to award the contract. So in this way, it could also reduce the cost for the buyer and also for the sellers. So which means small contract is not the issues to block the policy of, for example, to improving the SMEs to get contract. I mean, small contract. It may be one fact to influence the efficiency of the procurement procedure or the cost of the procurement procedure. But if we improve the procurement methodology, for example, to use electronic procurement methodology, which may be helpful to reduce the cost.
I agree partly with you, but what I try to explain now is that reducing those costs doesn't change anything on it. If you reduce a cost for electronic tendering and you have to evaluate 4 tenders of insurance companies, it will cost you a fortune. And you will never replace it with an electronic tender. These are content-related costs, and the problem is that these content-related costs for small contracts are so important, whatever you do in administrative simplification. And you are right, that it is not the most important element of SME policy. Because I took it as an argument to show that we cannot treat the small contracts and the big contracts at the same footing. And if one policy, it could be another, it could be innovation or whatever. I took the SME because small contracts are, of course, at the level of the SMEs. So if you want to do something for SMEs, small contracts are very appropriate if you award them in the right way. If you award them in the wrong way, they do not want to participate. So your policy is zero. It has zero effect. In the rules, it is quite clear. It is the same problem for every contract. We can discuss about that. You know that in the EU directives, there are rules to estimate the value of the contract. So that means that those thresholds I presented you take into account the estimating rules in the European directive. But everybody who is here awarding contracts under the EU directives knows that in every country there is an enormous splitting of contracts. And sometimes it is important for the market, sometimes the market doesn't bother. I can give you an example. I was once in an international meeting of experts on printing services. And there was a British representative and he told me that he said, oh, we have framework agreements in UK on printing services. I said, yes. Above the EU threshold, because that's an A service under the Directive 2004. Said, look, most of your public entities award that splitting into several contracts. He said, no, no, no. So I went in the evening on Tenders Electronic Daily. I made a search on the contracts awarded in UK on printing services of the last 4 or 5 years. I had maybe 15 contracts. So either there is no printing anymore in UK, or they are splitting the contracts. So this problem is the same whether we are talking about a small one or whether we are talking about a big one. But in the regulation here, it is provided for that they respect the EU estimating rules.
Is there, in your opinion, a role for the reputation of the firm? I mean, someone is calling for having a sort of databases of the reputation of the firms involved in public procurement. And
if there is room in the EU directives for that, or
that could be.
I think it is not excluded, but it is difficult to establish. But the room, the legal room, is in the restricted procedures and the competitive negotiated procedures, because you have the selection criteria, technical capacity, financial standing, you have the minimal requirements on those criteria, but then you have a separate set of criteria in the directives. In Belgium, they have forgotten to write the sentence down, but objective criteria to choose between those that respond to the minimal requirements. The directive says only it should be an objective criterion. And there, for me, there is a legal room to implement a good, correct reputation system. But of course, that's not so easy. Huh? A good, objective reputation.
It is at play in US, for example.
Yeah, but it is, and you see that there are, but in my opinion, it is not possible to use it as an award criterion.
No.
But as a selection one. But then only in the two-step procedures. Okay.
I think you bring a very marvelous topic. I'm personally looking forward to see the full text of your dissertation. Okay, let's give him a big hand. And according to the agenda, we should have the fourth speak person, Cluster Darius. If you're here, please raise your hand. Oh no. I'm afraid Mr. Bird would be the only speak person of this panel. So we have still, if you have more questions, Mr. Bird can take your bigger question.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay, if there is no further questions, I see. Okay, if there is no further questions, I think we should conclude this session. And thank you all for your participation, and good to have you here. Thank you.
Please give applause for our moderator, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our session for the first day of IPPC7. Tomorrow's program will also important, as we still have various interesting topics with incredible speakers. We are also delighted to invite you to join us for dinner hosted by Governor of Bali at his residence at 7 p.m. And the shuttle bus will be go from here at 5 p.m. And please, for ladies and gentlemen, please check again your invitation for the dinner. If you don't find your invitation, it's okay because everyone are invited. Once again, thank you and good evening.
And create only one work environment where everything is done in an easy way. Standard operating procedures. This is very important. In order to achieve some benefit, you need to templates, several different documents that you use for an open procedure, for example. Well, if you consider the whole of a country, you have hundreds of different templates and documents. So you should, when you implement any procurement solution, you can have a single template for all of this. So when you start the project, you should consider this and try to standardize them as much as possible. And that does not apply only to tendering documents. For example, before we spoke about commodity categorization, means using the same code for any product. So that is, of course, very important, and you can do that in different levels. You can use a code to define the procedure, and you can use a code to define the product. Or even you can use codes to define parts of that product. So this is a standardizing activity which is very important if you really want to, for example, compare the prices of your medical devices, as we saw earlier. And standardization applies to a lot of different issues. As soon as you manage to standardize them, then your employee can focus on how to generate added value on top of this standardized activity, which of course relies on the best practices which you can find in your authority or in your system. Then, probably this is the most, the simplest of things. You should dematerialize. You should not work with paper. You should try to cut the costs of archiving, of shipping, because you now work in a digital environment. And so many times I saw users printing out every single screen they see in the e-procurement solution and then create a big folder of basically unuseful pieces of paper just to make sure that they have something to archive. Okay, this may sound silly, but it is a lot of time that you consume for example, archiving pieces of paper which are not used when you can rely, for example, on digital retention of your documents. So again, you should focus on this. Focus on how to let your e-procurement solution help you in eliminating any of these muda, which means waste in Japanese. Okay. I've been very fast. These are some benefits of these changes. I think that the agile and lean thinking are brothers, and in many cases you can see these two concepts together in other environments, or like software development or other issues. And so you can also, in a way, switch them. But you increase your focus on strategic goals, and I think this is probably the most important of these benefits. I won't go through all of them, but yes, the thing is that you don't need to, the most important message is that you don't need to buy technology. You buy an organizational change. You should guide the user toward a new way to work. And Agile and Lean are not new by any way. They are at least 20 years old. And even in the public sector, they exist. But they are not really used to the full of their potential. That's because for two different reasons. Agile, as I said, is a collaborative way of working together. It does not apply only to software development, but it can apply to any thing that people do together. So even to any kind of project management activity. And the public sector probably doesn't want to use this approach because it doesn't match with the command and control type of approach, which is typical in many public administration. So the public authority usually want to command and coordinate the activity of the supplier, and they don't want to collaborate. They think that in this way they lose control over the project. But the exact opposite is true, because with more collaboration you have even more transparency, and you know what your ICT partner is doing in any part of the project. Lean thinking usually gets get criticized from the bottom of the organization because the workers think that they are going to lose their job when after a lean consultant come to their company. But this is not the case. As I mentioned earlier, what I mean with applying lean thinking to e-procurement is trying to liberate time for added value activities. Because there will always be a need for public procurement professionals that knows their job, that knows how to shape a very good strategy. But nowadays they are so full of operational tasks and bureaucracy, and there is not time to dedicate to these more strategical activities. And using a lean approach means cutting this kind of operational activities and invest in professionalization, invest in more strategical activities. I finished, so thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. I'm Suvi Taponen from Finland. I was wondering, if you were to purchase a e-procurement system using the agile way of procuring it, with which functionalities would you start and how would you go about piloting the system?
Okay. Well, definitely you need to know which are the most important core modules of your platforms. I don't say that you need to buy a bulk of man days, for example, of your ICT partner. You definitely need to have the tendering module, for example, with the open procedure and, I don't know, a transparency, for example, add-on to publish the most important data, for example. But you don't need to detail every single functionality. Also because usually the contracting authority does not really have the competence to define all of the possible functionalities. And a single set of functionalities that fits every need does not exist. So you should focus on the most important core processes, and even relating to these particular processes, you should not define them so in a strict way, but you should collaborate in order to define how to implement them best in your case.
So did I understand you correctly? So you would just start off with something that the suppliers would be able to submit tenders and then maybe later go into e-auctions and stuff like that? Or
well, I don't want to say that there is a particular procurement procedure which is more suitable for this particular approach, but could be, for example, a competitive dialogue for the initial phase of deciding which is the perfect ICT partner, and it should be evaluated on not only on the functionalities, but more in the way he works, the way he can provide value to the contracting authority in different ways. For example, the expertise he has in agile development, for example, or in procurement-specific projects. So afterwards, when you selected a partner, you start to work in an agile way. So year after year, you will have different priorities which are going to be explored together with the partner. I don't know if I answered.
Yeah, I think I will follow up anyways. Thank you for the interesting presentation. As a developer, I completely agree. In IT procurement or in government, you see many IT systems which are essentially flawed because they have been developed through the waterfall model. But frankly, I have never seen the other way. All the government systems are designed by that, and well, being on the procurement conference, the reason for that is the legislation. I mean, the legislation is pushing all the government authorities to ex ante specify what they want, then tender, and they then hope for the best. And the question raised by a colleague here is very valid in a way that it's extremely hard to procure something like a agile thing, right? I haven't ever seen it in practice. So how would you suggest to do that? Because, well, there are a couple of options. You can develop it in-house, hire IT guys into the state, perhaps procure it one part by another, but that brings major issues. Usually you end up with the first supplier you should choose, and you end up with them forever because no one wants to follow up. And perhaps in Europe, the new option would be the innovative partnership, which again I have never seen in practice. So let's see how that one works out.
Indeed, it is something very new, and there are not many examples. So these are just ideas that I wanted to present to you. And my company used this kind of approach in Italy, but indeed it is difficult to fit this approach with the normative. And what we did is participate in a tender in which there is a part of the remuneration of the economic value of the tender which is related to core functionalities. And then there is another part which is for evolutionary maintenance of the platform. And that part is not fixed. So the contracting authority just said, okay, I'm going to use, for example, to have this part of the reserve price is for evolutionary maintenance. And that part can definitely be tackled with an agile way. And yes, it is difficult, and but it can be done. For example, the competitive dialogue is a way of define together with the suppliers the tender itself. And so this can be done. The normative doesn't say that, the law doesn't say that you need to have a prefixed set of functionalities. So I think that it can be done. It is difficult, but it is something feasible.
Yeah, I saw you speaking about performance-based contract, and you mentioned competitive dialogue. As you know, as per the procurement regulations and guidelines of various donors, there are other modes of procurement like open bidding, restricted tendering, or whatever. And about contract, I'm not a lawyer, but the legal department will always say, well, it could be time-based, it could be lump sum contract, plus cost contract. So is there any specific reason you limit those? Or it can be any of those ones I mentioned?
No, they were just example. But let me clarify that the competitive dialogue, I just mentioned it as a procedure that fostered the dialogue between the supplier and the contracting authority in the tendering phase. So when you are selecting the partner, then the performance-based contract is the tool that you use to manage your contract once you select the supplier. And it is particularly suitable for agile because it links a part of the remuneration to the actual performance of the economic operator, of the supplier. So most definitely you can use also the restricted tendering or the open tendering for any procurement system. You can do that, and it's the most, usually it is like that.
I had recent training in ITC, ILO, Italy. But from your experience, because this was also mentioned, comparing agile and waterfall, how would you think which one could fit? For example, if you speak about developing countries, more or less, in your point of view or from your experience?
From my experience, it is close to impossible to define exactly what you need beforehand. And there will always be a huge degree of scope changes during the project. And if you designed your tendering procedure or your contract as a waterfall one, then you will have a huge cost that will come later. And if you make an effort beforehand to define a tendering procedure which is suitable for agile development, then most definitely you will have better results. That is what I saw in my experience of 10 years in the public sector, in which I started working in a waterfall approach and very hardly moved to the agile one over the years. And definitely the results came. So as I mentioned, I am very interested in performance measurement. And when I run my model in different projects, we understood that the e-procurement actually not always generate benefits. And so using this kind of approach is a way to stimulate the benefits, because you also link the money you pay to the supplier to the actual benefits they produce and not to a specific set of functionalities.
Thank you. I think from a development point of view, I completely agree with you that the agile approach would be better, but I can also see it from the other side of the fence. And I think the issue that we've got in the development side of things is that a lot of these e-procurement systems and e-procurement projects are funded externally by international donor community who want to know how much it's going to cost to an extent. It's not, they can't write a blank check and say, okay, well, yes, we're going to go ahead with this and it will cost what it costs. So I think therein lies some of the problem. I think people understand the benefit of saying, yes, okay, we'll kind of do it in the agile approach and not set out specific structural deadlines and payment schedules. But I think when you put that in front of a multi-development bank, I think that might be a challenge to sell. It would be a hard sell for you, wouldn't it, to say, and for the bank as well, I'm assuming, to say, well, yes, we're going to do e-procurement in this country, but we don't know how much it's going to cost. So I think that may be where the challenge lay, and how do we then, and maybe it's for all of us to think, how do we actually bridge that gap? How do we say, okay, we're not going to have a definitive budget on this? I mean, is that sort of one of the challenges that you would see from your side?
Mitigation risk, is it a low, medium risk? This could be also one of the things where it can be considered. Yeah, you are right. I agree. It's a challenging.
I think if you were paying for it yourself, if the government was paying for it itself, it would have more ability to be agile. But I think because it's relying on external funding, it has to sort of say, okay, this is how much it will cost, and it then drives us towards that kind of more.
On that, as you appreciate, because there are, speaking about IDB, Islamic Development Bank member countries, which Indonesia is among them, before undertaking such a request or such a proposal, we normally undertake country procurement workshop to assess the capacity of the country before we can embark on anything to develop or to advise. So once you undertake this country procurement workshop, then based on that, you can work accordingly. But I agree with you, it's a challenging approach.
Let me say that you can fix the budget. What you don't fix is what you are going to build. So you can say, I have this budget and I cannot go more than this, but you don't decide exactly what it is built. It's not like building a house. You don't know exactly what the system is going to be. So you can fix the budget, but some degree of flexibility is important, of course. And I agree, it's not easy.
Yes. Could I? I'm from Thailand, and could I, share some experiences in Thailand as well? I think the agile approach is really very, very good. But what we've experienced in Thailand is that when you allow flexibility, it's a double-edged sword. Because a lot of the projects that I've encountered, I'm from anti-corruption, and the corruption occurs when projects, very, very good projects get hijacked. When the project is being undertaken, then changes are made. And now, if you allow flexibility, then that would really aggravate the situation. So, I think we have to be very, very careful in that respect. Many of the projects that have, resulted in, large-scale corruption were actually changed from the initial design and, the project. That's right. Yes, I think in developing countries, like ours, we have that experience.
Yes, I agree totally, and having flexibility means having also some risks. Let me say that there is a big need of legislative tools to handle this kind of projects, because in the ICT industry, this is the way to work more properly, and it is not something new, it's something very consolidated. But in the public sector, somehow it doesn't fit with this. And here is a brief summary of what is written in the paper, and I made some research on which type of contracts can be used to address this kind of agile development. And the Danish made some very good effort to define a set of standard contracts which are good for agile development and to mitigate the risks linked to project being hijacked. Please.
So, as I mentioned in my morning session, I think the new procurement framework now brings out the new approaches for the procurement for particularly the large, complex or innovative procurement, and I think the competitive dialogue is already built into that. That is, but only thing is, as our colleagues from Thailand also mentioned there, the cost and benefits of that have to be properly evaluated upfront, and for that it will require a very robust procurement strategy when you are deciding on to build at any complex IT solutions in terms of the challenges, the institutional capacity, because we have seen right in Indonesia some of the large complex IT projects have not been able to really take off, or they have been serious delays even in going through the conventional procurement method. So the regulatory framework, whether that provides those approaches, you rightly mentioned that, then the institutional capacity, then the enabling and authorizing environment, particularly like if we have to go for the competitive dialogue sort of a thing, these are the things which will possibly take much longer time for coming conclusion of the procurement process than you do it because this involves a multi-stages consultations to the with the bidders and the providers. So these are few challenges, but and it also depends, particularly in public procurement, to what extent the IT sector is the applications are standardized. If you have large-scale standard modules available, whether it will really make sense to really go for the large-scale customization and innovations. This also comes through from the requirement from the government. How, you know, one fine day the finance minister comes and he says, I want to implement this e-procurement system in next 6 months' time. So that becomes a challenge. Then you have to go for finding the procurement solutions in a very short time. You can't wait for a year's time or a 1.5 years' time to have a dialogue, multi-stage dialogues, and then get into the procurement process. So these are several challenges on that. And one of the challenges on to mitigate the possible corruption is the involvement of the third party or the independent probity assurance provider.
Maybe one practical point regarding to the implementation of, if I wanted to procure some system and to make it agile. You mentioned performance measurement contract, but from what I saw, at least in Czech Republic, the major issue is human resources. Especially for agile development, I suppose you need really high profile support and partner on the buyer side to whom you talk to, and he needs to be educated. He pretty much needs to be IT person as well. Or what's your requirement if you should develop something agile for the company or for some contracting authority? Could you a little bit talk more about what sort of cooperation you really need, because that's the intense part of the whole process, I guess.
Yeah, I totally agree. What happens in traditional e-procurement projects is that, or IT projects in general, is that the contracting authority doesn't have the skill to manage that kind of project. And what they do is outsource that skill. So they ask the ICT partner to provide that competence for them. But that competence is not then shared with the contracting authorities personnel. So if in a waterfall environment, let's suppose you have a good outcome, you create a good solution, a good platform, but you relied on competencies which are not inside of your contracting authority, of your public administration. In an agile environment, you need to work also on professionalization. So when you do workshop together with the customer, with the public authority, the contracting authority, it is also a way of sharing knowledge. And at the end of an agile project, most usually the contracting authority personnel is empowered and learns new things. So it is for sure that in a normal ICT project, all the competencies stays in the ICT company. In an agile environment, there is an information sharing, at least. I don't know if I answered.
Yes, I'm not talking about the answer to the question, but I just wanted to reiterate again my colleague's comments from Thailand and my colleague from the World Bank about how to fight anti-corruption or to minimize it, or some of the suggestion was those auditing or involving the auditing general. These are a concern. I don't know to what extent you have addressed, you have minimized that or taken that in consideration. Actually, I have another different question. I don't know what the time allows us. You talk about agile and waterfall, but sorry, maybe there are something which is in between. Maybe there is another one which falls in the border area. Just bear me out. My colleague picked on a point on Ukraine. In IDB member countries, we have these ex-CIS countries: Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. So these are coming out from the CIS. So the type of information, I mean, I don't know, you bear me out, whether you can fit that under agile or waterfall, because it is not the setup or the infrastructure, it's the culture, it's the mindset, it's the way things are shared. All of those things, I don't know to what extent those have been taken in consideration. Thank you.
Yes, well, agile is not the only solution, and you should not go to 100% agile in any case. Definitely, you should find a balance. For example, in one important contract which I mentioned earlier, a part of the contract, more than half of it actually, was waterfall. And it was related to the core modules of the e-procurement solution, the only ones in which the contracting authorities perfectly knew what they needed. But there was also another part of the contract that was for evolutionary maintenance, which was agile, which is agile. So definitely you can find a balance between the two.
I mentioned because your presentation maybe is focused more on European Union, the UNICITRAL law, the EU culture, but if you come out of those, because you talked about the contracting authority, so if you go a little bit out of those to the context of others, non-European EU countries, maybe these things, it's like another challenging way or question which may be faced with.
Well, definitely in the EU there is already a certain degree of competence between in the public authority, which should be lower in developing countries, but I don't see this as a limit for applying a certain degree of agility, let's say, and definitely also for lean thinking. Okay, I think time is up. They showed me many signs. If you want to discuss this further, please feel free to ask me at the coffee. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Francisco, for the presentation. And once again, please give applause to our speaker for today, for Mr. Steve Cupri and Mr. Francisco. And now, this is the end of our parallel session, which also the first day of IPPC7. And tomorrow we will have an interesting topics with an amazing speakers. And tonight we invite you to join us for dinner hosted by the Governor of Bali at his residence at 7 p.m. And for the information, for the shuttle bus will arrive at 5 p.m. And I hope you will stay here in Sofitel Hotel to wait the bus, because the bus just arrived for once. Thank you and good evening.